on fire here in the city of Fresno, and will continue. It's going to be a fire that's going to continue to burn in Fresno. Baseball is important to us here in Fresno. Our Bulldogs athletic programs out there are also very important to us. But something that's very important to us in Fresno is soccer, and we have a great team in the form of the Fresno Fuego. So I'll turn it over to you, and please share with us a few words about the upcoming season that we just began, and the outlook for the team and downtown.
First of all, thank you very much, Council Member. It's an honor to be here and be recognized by our community for what we've been working on for the last 15 years. We're entering our 15th season here in Fresno, and if you haven't heard, soccer is continuing to grow. There was just an announcement that professional soccer is coming in 2018. We play at a level that's considered 4th division, or the highest level of amateur soccer, and we've been honored to be able to move over 50 local players on to professional contracts. It's part of our goal as an organization is to put these local players on a platform for exposure. And I just want to thank the City of Fresno leadership, Councilmember Olivier, and all of the staff here at the city, because without the support system in place, we can't accomplish the goals that we're trying to accomplish. If you don't know, our slogan for our club is for city and club, and we truly want to be an asset to this community. We want to continue to grow. We feel like we grow together. The downtown community has really been thriving over the last couple years. We're fortunate to share that downtown baseball stadium, Chuck Chansey Park, with the Grizzlies, and our goal is to create a healthy sporting environment here in our city. We think that gives us a platform to have a positive influence on the youth of this community, to create leaders of tomorrow, and it's just an honor to stand here and be recognized with the Fresno Fuego. So thank you to all of you guys who support the team.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you please, did you want to say a few words too? Okay.
Council President, can
yes.
I just add a few remarks? I want to thank you both gentlemen for being here. I did get the pleasure of joining you guys this weekend. It was actually my first game. I really thank you guys for the jersey that was personalized. I really, really appreciate that. Great turnout. I think that it was great to see the fans, the excitement that exists here within our community. To capitalize on it. So thank you guys for the work that you guys do.
Which one of you is doing that? There we go. Madam Clerk, can you please read the proclamation?
Whereas the Fresno Fuego are 5-time champions in the Premier Development League, the highest level of amateur soccer, and whereas the Fresno Fuego have provided a family-friendly environment for citizens of Fresno to enjoy while encouraging over 50 young men to continue playing soccer at the professional level, and whereas the Fresno Fuego contributes to the efforts in the revitalization of downtown, and whereas the Fresno Fuego bring growth to the economy for the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the 6th day of May to be Fresno Fuego Day in the city of Fresno.
Clint, I would also like to add something real quick. Jeremy, I just want to let you guys know I really appreciate Fresno Fuego's participation in our Make a Difference Day as well. You guys are really helpful. That's a day in October where we invite soccer leagues, young kids, 3 to 5 throughout the community to come down to Chansey Park and have a great time playing in that stadium. And you guys are a big part of that, so thank you.
Now will be the proclamation of May Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month by Council Vice President Soria.
Good morning, everyone. Excited to be here and joined by Fresno Barrios Unidos, one of our nonprofit organizations that has worked in our community for a number of years, in particular with our young people, addressing a number of challenges that our young people here in our community face. I'm just proud to stand with them to today highlight the issue of teen pregnancy and declare May as the month of teen pregnancy prevention. That is some of the work that this organization has been working very hard, because as we know here in the Central Valley, we have disproportionate numbers of high teen pregnancy rate, and we know that those issues have long-lasting impacts in our community. Poverty, lack of education, also can turn into public safety issues in the long run. And so we want to make sure that we are aware of the issue that impacts our local community here in the city of Fresno, but we also highlight the great work that organizations like Fresno Barrios Unidos is doing and has been doing to address this issue that we face with our young people. And so I want to thank you guys for the work. I actually used to sit on the board of this organization. They continue to grow. I see that your guys' team has continued to grow, and so thank you for the work that you guys are doing. And maybe you guys can talk about some of the work that you guys are doing to do teen pregnancy prevention.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Sorolla, for this. We really appreciate it. Fresno Barrios Unidos has been around for over 20 years, and I want to say that we have reached a peak of success that is impactful. 2 years ago, basically, the state of California decided that comprehensive sex ed was going to be mandatory part of the curriculum with the school district. And I want to say that our partners at the school district have done an amazing job helping us implement comprehensive sex ed to our students. This year alone, we're serving over 6,500 students. Our approach is one where we feel that it takes a community to drive the numbers down and to really support our youth. And we approach this through 360 degrees. So our programs and services fall within 3 core areas, which are advocacy, education, and holistic wellness, because we believe that, in order to really impact these young people, we need to look at the overall picture. But so as you stated, the numbers are significantly higher than that of the nation. Our goal is to make comprehensive sex ed a norm in our community that is supported by all of our public officials and residents, so that one day we can say that there is no problem, that all of our youth are thriving because they have the resources that they need. So thank you for your support.
And then I just want to add one of the statistics that I was looking at the proclamation. So in Fresno County alone in 2016, there was a rate of about 39 per 1,000 births that were being by adolescents between the ages of 15 and 19. So that's a huge number. So there's a lot of work to do. I want to thank you guys for the work. It is important that we highlight this issue because it is impacting our community. And so let's continue to educate our young people. Make sure that not only our young people are educated, but also our families and parents that are out there. So again, thank you for your work. Do you want to introduce the team that you have?
How about we let...
Okay.
Your name and maybe your title. Carlos De Chico, I'm a health educator at Fresno Barrios Unidos.
Angelica Garcia, health educator at Fresno Barrios Unidos.
My name is Carrie Lorena Ayala, and I am also a health educator with Fresno Barrios Unidos.
My name is Nikki Singleton, and I'm a lead advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Budavong. I am the program manager for the Health Educators.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Rios, lead advocate as well for Fresno Barrios Unidos.
Good morning. My name is Marisa Corpus, and I'm a health educator.
Good morning, everyone. Javier Guerrero, he, him, his. I'm a program manager for the Keeping It Real program and also heavily involved with the Fresno Boys and Men of Color.
Buenos dias. My name is Christy Granillo, and I'm a health educator with Fresno Barrios Unidos.
I do want to acknowledge the fact that not all of our team is here. I think when Esmeralda was on our board, we had a staff of about 8. We have a staff of 28 now, which starts from our young youth of ages of 16 and up. I think my oldest staff maybe is 34. Me, I don't even want to say. But, I just want to acknowledge my staff because they are all over the place, impacting our communities and doing an incredible job.
Again, thank you for the work that you guys do and also for the power of just having young people do this work and connecting with younger people in our community. So thank you. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas every May we recognize teen pregnancy prevention efforts to bring attention to the issue of teen pregnancy and its consequences on individuals, families, communities, and to highlight the need for comprehensive, effective teen pregnancy prevention programs. And whereas the organization has built a credible Expecting Teen Parent program, which focuses on postponing a second pregnancy until the parents are ready and prepared to be a parent to a second child, and the Fresno Barrio Unidos parenting program also aims at reducing the cycle of teen pregnancy by providing teen parents a supportive system that includes parenting classes, referrals, one-on-one parenting coaching, and Mommy and Me workshops. And whereas even with the declining teen birth rates, there continues to be disparities among various racial and ethnic groups. And whereas teen pregnancy is closely linked to a number of critical social issues such as poverty, educational attainment, involvement in criminal justice, and child welfare systems. And the Central San Joaquin Valley continues to be to have some of the highest birth rates in the state. And whereas Fresno Barrios Unidos is a leading organization that works tirelessly throughout the Central Valley on teen pregnancy prevention, providing services and information on this critical issue. Working together, Fresno Barrios Unidos and all members of the community can provide the information and support necessary to affirm the choices our young people make to avoid early pregnancy, finish high school, and enjoy happy, fulfilling lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council does hereby proclaim May 2017 as Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is National Military Appreciation Month by City Council Member Bredefeld. Oh, and I'm sorry, your name again?
Leadership.
Member Capriolio.
Yes, Councilman Capriolio and I are so honored to recognize National Military Appreciation Month. And we have some wonderful representatives of people who serve in the military and serve with people who have served. I want to introduce Colonel Sean Navin, Vice Wing Commander, 144th Fighter Wing. My friend Lorenzo Rios, CEO of Clovis Veterans Memorial District and a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel. And Stephen Bauman, Director of the Fresno VA Hospital, a Vietnam-era veteran who also served on active duty during Operation Desert Storm. You know, few things give me as much joy and pride as recognizing men and women who wear the uniform, whether they be police, or today, people who serve our country. I have done nothing that I'm more proud of than having served in the United States Navy for 3 years, and I will tell you, the men and women who serve in the military give us all the freedoms we enjoy today. It's their sacrifice every day that gives us every freedom we enjoy today. And so it's a real honor and privilege for me to recognize the men and women who serve, as well as their families who help them serve, because it isn't just about them. Without their families, they wouldn't be able to do the sacrifices that they do. So it's a pleasure for me to recognize these folks. I'd like to have Councilman Capriolo speak and then give our distinguished folks here some opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you very much. Listen, on behalf of District 4 and our entire city, thank you for the sacrifices of not only you folks, but the people you represent, including families and children. Without you, we wouldn't have this fantastic country. And we have to remember, not only are you protecting, but because of this branch of the service, or the service in general, we created the United States of America. So it started at the beginning and continues to this day. And I remember not too long ago that the 144th was trying to be moved to Montana. And, right, Colonel? So we're all pretty upset about that. And Congressman Costa and others were able to keep that here in our community. So that enables us to not be protected within minutes or hours. It gives us the protection within seconds because of the 144th at the airport. And sometimes people tell me, you know, those jets are awfully loud flying over our community. I'm right in the path. And my comment is, you know what? That's the sound of freedom. That's right. You know? And last thing I wanted to say is the 144th not only brings protection to our community, they bring $77 million every year to our economy. So it's a total win for all of us, and thank you and congratulations, and so proud of you and so proud of being here today. Do you guys want to say a word or two? No?
Well, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis with whom I interact with on a daily basis, and all the great members, citizens here in Fresno, it's a true honor to have the opportunity to be here with you all. Retired from the active military service, I've been a civilian now for 2 years, and I will tell you, this has been godsend to the people that I've had the opportunity of working with here. There's a servant's heart that I see in our community. And the district that I now have the honor of leading was established in 1946, and it was designed to honor our veterans and serve our community, and it's been doing that ever since. You know, it's been said that more things are caught than taught, and it's what you celebrate that really shares your values. In our community, it's very clear what our values are. The sense of service above self to give to the community has been what we've seen. And the Veterans Memorial District has enjoyed the rich partnership that we've enjoyed with our active military and reserve units and National Guardsmen and the VA, one of the best in the country. There's nothing like it anywhere else, and I can tell you it's because of the great leaders we have and the great community who says we will accept nothing less. Everything from our first responders, like this wonderful chief we have here, and all the folks that we have in here, we understand the sense of service and pride in our community. So thank you very much for honoring our families, our children, and the veterans who serve you every single day. It's an honor.
Just to say a few words, I served 36 years in the military, active and reserve combined. And much of that time, since 77, I served time in the veterans, in the VA, across the nation in various communities. I can say unequivocally that the support in this community for our active duty and our veterans is off the charts. It really is. And that's what drew me here. I was here a couple years ago as acting director, and I just saw the support from the community, and I wanted to be a part of that. So that's why I put in and came here. So it really is off the charts. Just amazing. So I really thank the community for the support. Obviously, the VA is a noble mission. I want to continue. It's a way to continue to serve. I like to say it's in our active duty support. Our active duty brothers and sisters are just veterans in training, and so I appreciate you training them for us. But and again, I think that between the military and the veterans, that is the backbone of our society. They give so much back. So again, thank you very much for the recognition.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. We know exactly how well we're supported by Fresno. You just mentioned it, the move years ago trying to get us over to Montana, which we didn't want to go to, so here we are. But on behalf of the 144th Fighter Wing, about 1,100 people strong on a drill weekend, about 450 full-timers deploy worldwide. We, of course, defend North America, specifically California, but again, we couldn't do that without you. But we like to think that, as you mentioned as well, that the kids we get into our program, we try to train them, build them as leaders, and then push them back into our community. So we're very proud of the fact that the kids we take in, we push out in our community, who usually stay here in Fresno and become connected for a long time. So again, thank you very much.
Would you like to read the proclamation?
Whereas the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness given by God and enumerated in our Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and Bill of Rights, enjoyed by every citizen of the United States, are direct results of the bloodshed and continued vigilance given by the United States Armed Forces over history of our great nation. And whereas the sacrifices that members of the United States Armed Forces and the family members that support them have preserved the liberties that have been enriched in this nation. And whereas the United States Congress in 2004 passed a resolution proclaiming May as National Military Appreciation Month, calling all Americans to remember those who gave their life in defense of freedom and to honor the men and women of our armed services who have served and are now serving our country together with their families. And whereas the months of May and June were selected for this day of patriotism because these months we celebrate Victory in Europe Day, Military Spouse Day, Loyalty Day, Armed Forces Day and Week, National Day of Prayer, Memorial Day, D-Day, Army Birthday, and Flag Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council members Gary Bredefield and Paul Capriolio and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of May 2017 to be National Military Appreciation Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council members Bredefeld and Capriolio. Let's go ahead and approve the agenda at this time. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Just a couple of changes. The 10:40 a.m. number 2, which is scheduled communication, the appearance by Vicki Miller to address security at City Hall has been removed from the agenda. And item under consent 1L is being pulled by administration.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. We have a motion and a
point
second.
of order. I want to pull item 1H.
1H, pulled by Member Chavez. Anybody else? Member Bredefeld?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1A.
Council, to be clear, we're talking about what remains on the agenda, not pulling things for discussion for consent at this point.
That's right. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Chavez, you're asking that 1H be removed from the agenda. Okay. Sorry.
That's correct. I'd like item 1H removed.
It's been removed. Member Bredefeld, you want to remove or just discuss?
I wanted to pull consent items.
Okay, we'll do that one
Fine.
next.
Okay.
So we have nobody else punched up. We have a motion, a second. Is there any opposition to the agenda? Carries unanimously. We move now to approval of minutes from the April 27th meeting. Any council members have any changes to the minutes?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second by Member Capriolio. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries unanimously. We now move to council member reports and comments. Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Saturday before last, they had the Grizzly Fest in Fresno. It was their 4th annual. I didn't really know much about it. I know we always want to try to keep Chachansee Park full of activities. And so it started at 2 in the afternoon, ended at 1:30, over 30 acts, 2 huge stages. When I walked in, I was amazed. And here were 11,000 people having a great time. And I know Chief Dyer got the report of no incidents. And the kids were great. The music was perhaps not my era, but it was a lot of fun. And it not only brought a great event to Fresno to make us a destination location, because we had people from Southern California, Northern California, and the Central Valley coming to Grizzly Fest, but it also brought over $600,000 of revenue to our community. So next year it's going to be bigger and better. I think their average growth is about 20% per year. Can't wait. I want to be there. It's fun. It's fantastic. And it's a great benefit to our community. We honored them here, by the way, with a proclamation that they announced and introduced our council member Baines and myself. It was great. I also want to thank Granville Homes. We did the Home of Hope, and we gave that away May 3rd. Lisa Grote was the 12th annual Granville Home of Hope winner. Congratulations to her. And all the proceeds raised go to the nonprofits in our community. And there were 10 nonprofits that benefited from this event. And on behalf of Granville, I want to say that they've done this like 12 times. They've reached $4.5 million that they generate and put right back into the charities of our community. So my hat's off to Darius, his team, Granville Homes, Jeff Roberts. Please take the message back. And I can't wait for next year. We've had it, by the way, we've had it the last 2 years in District 4 at Belterra. And I think we're going to do it next year again. So it'll be 3 in a row for D4. And it's a great addition to the community. So thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. I also want to add, I was not present at the ticket drawing. I was a little.
I drew the
did you guys pull my name and then and then put it back in the basket?
Actually, we saw it, and somehow it fell out on the ground.
I figured that would happen. I also want to congratulate Granville and the work that they do spreading those dollars throughout our nonprofits. I did want to talk this morning about a One Voice trip that Councilmember Baines, who's not here today, and I took last week to Washington, D.C. It was the first time that I'd ever gone on the One Voice trip, which is a group of people from Fresno County that go make some of our local needs known to our representatives and to the heads of departments. This trip was focused on a couple of different transportation projects and also workforce development. And Councilman Baines went on the subject of workforce development, and I went on the subject of Veterans Boulevard, a big project that's in northwest Fresno. And very happy to report that that we had a lot of success, and we were given a lot of attention to all the subjects, but Veterans Boulevard specifically, we were told the right way to apply for a grant, and so the administration is definitely on board, and we're going to be pulling hard for Veterans Boulevard in the next couple months, keeping our fingers crossed that we get approved. Some of the people that have gone on the One Voice trip for many years, like Jeff Roberts sitting in the back, have told me that this was one of the most successful trips that he's ever seen. And so I was happy. I was skeptical when I went out there, but I came back thinking, wow, that's pretty powerful. I also, one of the people that went with us on the trip was Leanne Eager, head of the Economic Development Corporation, and that we support here in the city of Fresno. And she was just named Fresno State's top dog. So she's going to receive that award for 2017. So I wanted to congratulate her. Finally, I'd like to say that I would like to convene the Finance Audit Committee to look at contracts in the city of Fresno, and specifically sending out contracts versus hiring people inside the city of Fresno for engineering type contracts and also public outreach type contracts. So we've had a lot of these contracts come before council. There's been a lot of discussion about them in recent months, and so I'd like to convene the Finance Audit Committee and to take a look at that and do an investigation as to whether it would be better for the city of Fresno to hire personnel to do some of this work as opposed to go out to contract all the time for outside consultants. So I don't know what the answer will be, but we need to connect with our finance department and ask some good questions on that issue. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Member Soria.
Just a couple brief comments. I had the opportunity to participate in the mall-to-mall bike ride. And I just want to thank the folks that put it together and have put it together for the last years, and also thank our police department and the folks that participated to make sure that we had a safe ride from the Manchester Mall to here to the Mariposa Mall. We had a pretty good turnout. I also just want to share that yesterday I got an opportunity to go to Career Day at Harvest Elementary. I had the opportunity to speak to kindergartners all the way to third graders to talk about what it is to be a council member, the things that we do here, and also things that they like to see improve in their neighborhood. We heard a lot about parks, their safety in terms of the streets, and also, surprisingly, a lot of these kids noticed the traffic congestion going west to the west of the 99 and on Ashland, McKinley, and all these other streets that are being impacted by construction and also just the growth. So it was a very interesting time to spend the day or the morning with the young kids. Also, just want to remind my colleagues, so we do have the Capital Projects Oversight Board. I did pass out a list of the attendance. I want to encourage those that have a vacancy to appoint someone from the community, an expert, to participate in the oversight board. This allows us to be able to meet and make sure that the projects being going through Public Works can be looked at and analyzed by this group, and that they're not delayed. So just want to encourage you guys to make sure that you remind your representative, and also if there's a vacancy for your district, I know that we have a couple new council members, so if you have a vacancy, to fill it and let myself, Terry from our staff, and also the clerk know who will be your representative. Thank you.
All right, the screen is clear. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Soria for bringing this to Council's attention. This is the Capital Projects Oversight Board is a real critical part of these big projects that the City of Fresno is currently doing. This was council member at the time and now Mayor Liebrand and I sat down and wrote the resolution that created the Capital Projects Oversight Board. It's integral to our big projects and important to the public to have people who are experienced with these large projects meeting to convene to sit down and evaluate if things are being done correctly, which I mean, of no question they are, but it's nice to have that extra team of eyes. So yeah, if you have a vacancy on there, I also agree with Councilmember Soria that we need to make sure. I mean, is this correct? We've never had a meeting because we've never had a quorum. We have had meetings, but these are the ones that have been canceled because of a lack of quorum. So yeah, folks, let's get somebody in there and involved.
I have a question
so
on that.
Go ahead.
So, Councilmember Soria, is the problem that there's vacancies, or the people that are appointed are?
So there's been a couple. It's a combination. There's been a couple vacancies that have fluctuated, and then also just attendance. So we want to encourage the representatives to attend when the meeting is called. And the committee meets, scheduled to meet the first and third Monday of each month. Unless there's nothing to go over, then the meeting would be canceled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that's what you wanted to say, Member Brando? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we will now move to the consent calendar. And I know that there were a number of council members. Member Bredefeld, you want to remove 1A?
Well, there's a number actually.
1N?
No.
Okay.
1A,
yes.
1B,
yes.
1D,
yes.
1E, 1G, and that's it.
Okay. Well, that's not too many. Good job. 1N, that's for you, Member Chavez, right? And then 1H was removed from the agenda, correct? Yes. Okay. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the balance. Oh, wait, we have to go out to the public first. Are there any members of the public who wish to address any item contained on our consent calendar? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll return it to the City Council. We have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the consent calendar passes unanimously. And now we'll move to our items that have been removed. All right, let's start with number 1A. This one is Department of Public Utilities.
So I will start with A. So this is a request for a professional engineering services contract with Akel Engineering to help us with our renewal and replacement program for the Water Division. Water Division has $2 billion in assets in the ground. We're very, very good at when the break happens or a failure of a pump station happens. We're very good at responding and correcting that situation out in the community. And so what we'd like to do is get ahead of that curve. So with $2 billion in assets, we'd like to spend this contract here to help us get ahead of that curve and start doing a more predictive maintenance, inspection, and repair program that we can, eliminate the overtime, eliminate the need to fly in special parts, the need to mobilize and disrupt community without a planned event. So this is something that we are, like I said, we have staff on hand that in an emergency can get out there and replace quickly and repair quickly. Most expensive way to do it is that way, and we'd like to do is get ahead of that curve. And we've got 240 wells out there right now. With the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act coming, there's a need to make sure that those stay reliable and in service, because getting new wells drilled is going to be very difficult with the new law as it is proposed. And it's the same thing with our water line system. In the distribution system, we'd like to get out there and start identifying those areas and those types of materials, age, service, that seem to be most susceptible to failures. And if we can get ahead of those and start doing those on a more planned basis, we'd like to go ahead and do that. So we're available for any additional questions on that particular item.
Okay, Tommy, I mean, we're going to kind of address a number of things because I pulled items from public utilities. And I guess it's kind of a broader question. I mean, this again becomes, $496,000 for a consultant contract. If we look at a number of the other issues, it's about engineering design work. It's, repeats over and over needing engineer design work. This one is perhaps not engineering design work, but it's, overseeing wells and taking care of them. It again comes back to me, why not have an employee, somebody who can do this work? Because we have about $1 million worth of public utility consultant contracts this week. I don't know what it is, if we were to do an analysis of what all these contracts are for consultants. And again, I know we need consultants at times. We're going to be talking about some later today, which, believe it or not, I will support, because it's clear that we're not going to hire an employee to do some of that work. But, City Manager, maybe we need a larger discussion on some of these issues, because it really is about just trying to save money. I understand the need for this work, but it just seems like it's repetitive that we're having the same kind of consultants needed, and it would seem like we could save money if we had an employee when you're talking about $500,000 contracts and other contracts that total $1 million.
So I think
something it's not working.
Councilmember Brandow has indicated at the beginning of the meeting that he's going to convene the Finance and Audit Committee to start looking at exactly the question that you just raised. We understand that we are bringing forward a number of different kind of consulting agreements. As I indicated prior to the meeting, the other thing that's going on is that we're probably investing more in public works of improvements in the last year than we have probably in the last 10 years. So we have a $400 million investment in our water infrastructure. We have bus rapid transit being built. We have a number of other improvements that are being built. Some of these systems that we're constructing are not just simply widening a road or your typical public works of improvement. But we're more than happy to engage in that conversation. A lot of this, though, is cyclical in nature, which is why we have chosen not to fill some positions, because, again, once these projects are done, they're done. This particular project is more of one of those things that when Mr. Escueda and I first met was a concern that I had, that you have millions of dollars of investment in the ground or in infrastructure. And to my surprise, the department had no way of tracking the age or life cycle costs of those assets. And while we took great pride in our rates being low, our rates never assumed the life cycle or replacement costs. And we're now at a 200-year replacement plan?
400-year.
400-year pipeline replacement plan. Well, that's great. Pipe lasts about 80 or 90 years. So this is consistent with what we're doing with, or have done, with a number of our other assets, where we go in and do a facilities conditioning assessment to determine what our life cycle costs are for those assets, and also know where those assets are and the condition of those assets as of today, because the ability to adequately, proactively maintain those assets are going to have a direct impact on future rates. We can talk about trying to keep our rates low, but the reality is when we do that, we are also allowing, or indirectly allowing those assets to deteriorate because they're not being properly maintained and replaced when they should be. So this is a comprehensive look at the system from a wastewater, water, all the assets under the portfolio of public utilities to determine, like we just did with parks, what is the true cost of operating and maintaining a multi-million-dollar system. And so we don't have that within our existing staff. If we did, we wouldn't be here today asking to hire somebody because the staff would have established all those benchmarks and all the parameters 30 or 40 years ago. But this is one of those things that DPU never seemed to recognize or did. And so Mr. Escueda, and I agree with his approach, is trying to get an idea of what the overall condition is of that investment and that infrastructure.
Now, Tommy, you've tried to hire some of the engineers, but you're having trouble with that.
The recruitment's been a challenge. The recruitments have been a challenge. The minute you put a PE requirement on there, that just the current market conditions are such that there's just other opportunities for them. So I like the idea of convening the finance committee to find out how we might be able to make adjustments that would help us be a little bit more attractive in recruiting individuals to provide this service in-house for ourselves, because we will definitely need it. This is not as Bruce indicated, hadn't been doing it. This is something we need to do every year from now until, this city becomes something else, because this stuff ages and wears and deteriorates every day, and we have to stay on top of it. So the idea that we could get somebody on board that could manage this for us on an ongoing basis, perfect. We're all for that. We want to do that. But right now we're behind the 8 ball, and we got to get the program up. And so this is really launching the program, give us the skill sets, and then we'll start we will start managing it and prioritizing. Because if money was no object, let's just assume money was no object, we'd still have to figure out what's the first place to go, which is the first well that needs to get replaced, which is the first water line. And that's the discipline and structure we've got to bring to the system.
And that's something we couldn't do?
We haven't been doing it. We can't do it. Right now we're chasing our tail just from this side of the city.
But we don't
fixing broken.
We can't do it because we don't have the staff.
We don't have the staff, correct.
Or the people with the expertise, or it's just the staff?
Just the staff. Well, it's both. We don't have the staff and we don't have the expertise. For example, on the wells, if this program comes out and says these are the wells that need to be rehabilitated, we have staff that are experts in doing the plans and specifications to rebuild that well, to drill a new well, to do those things. But how do you do the condition assessment on the condition of a well, its remaining useful life, where is it on its life cycle curve? Those are the types of things that we've got to get good at, the metrics. Kind of like a car, 3,000 miles, you change the oil, you do this with those kinds of characteristics exist for pipes, pumps, wells, pipelines. We've got to bring that into our system, and then we will use that to make decisions on where to make the investments to repair and kind of refurbish the system. A lot of these things are debt financed. We've talked to staff about it. It's got to at least last, the duration of the debt financing on it. And some of these things we're doing don't last that long.
Okay. And Councilmember Brandeis, so you're going to be meeting to kind of address some of these issues? Is that what?
Yes, we are. We're going to convene the Finance Audit Committee. Very open-minded, because we're all hearing a lot of different information about consultants in general, right? So specifically engineering consultants, we have a lot of engineering going on in our city right now, and that's what Tommy's talking about. And we also have public outreach, so we'll focus on both of those type of contracts, but all contracts in general. We're going to try to prove finally one way or the other, is it better to hire outside consultants or to hire people in the city of Fresno to do some of this work. So okay. I'm unclear as to where that will lead us, but I think there's been enough attention raised on that issue, so we're gonna find out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate all of what's said. I'm going to register a Nova, but I appreciate all the information. I look forward to getting that comprehensive review of these consultants and all of that. Thank you.
Okay, the screen is clear. The chair will entertain a motion to approve this agenda item.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and we have motion carries 5-1. Moving now to item 1B, actions pertaining to design of water main gap closure. This is been removed by Member Bredefeld, Department of Public Utilities.
Good morning, Council. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a consultant service agreement with Corollo Engineers in the amount of $144,800 for the design of a water main in Armstrong Avenue. So recent hydraulic analysis of the area north of the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility in the Armstrong alignment has shown that there are some deficiencies in the water main there to support moving water out in the southeast area where we have limited wells with limited production. And so This is a project to close a couple of gaps where we have some development in some areas of rural, residential, and agriculture, which leads to some areas where you have water main, then you have gaps, then you have more water main. So this will close 2 gaps and create a continuous main in the Armstrong alignment. Supports the phased implementation of the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, which is coming online in less than a year. Typically, we will push some of these projects or a number of these projects over to Public Works. They have a design staff, survey crews, and so our neighborhood water main replacement projects pretty much go to Public Works Department for design. Due to the timing of this project, supporting the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, there's some right-of-way acquisition as well as a tunnel crossing in one of the segments. We made the decision to move forward with a proposal from Carollo.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And again, it's the same concern in terms of hiring staff to do this engineering design work because our consent calendar is full with several issues related to engineering design. We're going to do an analysis of this. I look forward to it, but I'll register no vote today.
Okay, the screen is clear. Chair will entertain a motion and a second to approve item 1B. We have a motion to approve, and I will go ahead and second. So the screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and take an electronic vote, please. I thought you were going to vote no. Okay. Item carries 5-1. Move now to item 1D. Approve the First Amendment to the Professional Consultant Services, Department of Public Utilities. This one's been removed by Member Bredefeld.
Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is an amendment to a professional consultant services agreement with Live Oak Associates in the amount of $191,000 to provide additional and continuing biological resource monitoring services on the Bryant-Kern Canal Pipeline project. So this project runs cross-country northeast of the city limits. The area between Albury Road and the Bryant-Kern Canal is environmentally sensitive habitat. And because of that, during the design process, we were required by the lead agency, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, to consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to obtain a biological opinion as well as an incidental take permit related to threatened species habitat in that area. And so, primary concern is the California tiger salamander. And these permits require a designated biologist to monitor project activities to avoid and minimize effects to listed threatened species.
Mike, could I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so I see this is the mandate by the feds to do this.
Absolutely.
Correct. Okay, and this is the issue around the salamander that came up when you were doing your work, because I wasn't sure if that's what it was.
That's correct.
Got it. No problem. Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Member Bredefeld. I'll go ahead and second. Is there any opposition to this agenda item? Okay, item carries unanimously. Thank you, staff. Move now to item E, 1E, award a professional engineering services contract, Department of Public Utilities.
So this is a contract request for SCS this is related to the Darling project at the wastewater treatment plant. We've been waiting for Darling to identify their location. They're still in that area, kind of identifying their location, but we know generally where they're going. So this is a contract to deliver digester gas across the treatment plant over to a location where they will pick it up and run it into their boilers.
Okay. Again, it's an engineering design contract. Wondering if if we had an employee couldn't do this work, and now we're approaching $600,000-$700,000 on the engineering design work. So I will not support this, and again, look forward to when we have the discussion about all these consultants.
Okay. We have a motion to approve in a second.
Being kind of familiar, Councilman Bredefeld, kind of sitting on the committee dealing with Darling, and being kind of familiar with this one specifically. in my opinion, it's going to be time sensitive. We have a huge project pending on some of this stuff, so I'm going to be very supportive of this. I guess there's been a motion and a second, so I'll vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item?
Yes.
Okay, item carries 5-1. Thank you, staff. We move now to item 1G. Approve a Public Works Department. 1G, as in giraffe. Mr. Mosier.
All right, good morning, Council President, Council members. This is a design services contract with Provo and Pritchard for 2 asphalt concrete overlay projects through federal grant funding, one on Blackstone Avenue and another in downtown Eno Street. Both of these projects have been previously approved by the council. And once again, a great outside firm. They'll be able to deliver the project on schedule, and we simply don't have the in-house staff resources to put the plans together.
Question for you. Why don't we have the staff to do this design work?
The most significant reason at the moment is that we went through a strategic contraction of the organization in 2011, and our in-house design capacities are greatly diminished. So with that, again, it's a fairly routine project. It's the type of thing we know how to do. But again, given the timeline of the grant dollars, we simply need to go outside to augment our own capabilities.
Now, have you sought someone who could do this work? You said you've downsized in 2011. Have you sought to get somebody to do this work again?
Public Works has been slowly rebuilding on staffing, and we've wanted to be conservative with that and not go too fast with that, again, not wanting to find ourselves in a situation we were previously. So again, that's something certainly be considered through the budget process. And for the moment, Provo and Pritchard will be very cost effective as a firm, and also just timing wise. One of them, Blackstone Avenue, is something we really want to get addressed with the completion of the bus rapid transit project to have that work done.
Well, and again, I appreciate the timeliness and needing to get this done. Obviously, if we had staff, it could be done in a timely way too. You're saying you're going to build up your department again. We've had staff who could have done this before, but we downsized. So again, I think it's the larger conversation that we need to have. But I appreciate it, Scott.
Thank you.
Member Soria.
Just want to add, so I will be supporting this item, and I understand in terms of, the issues that you've mentioned. I think that as we're talking about the budget and having those discussions with the increased revenues that we will see, given the gas tax legislation that passed, there's going to be about $11 million of funds that the city will benefit annually. So there'll be a lot more work for us to do. So I think it's going to be very beneficial for us to start looking at how can we ensure that you have the appropriate staff to be able to do the projects that we will want to do with the additional revenues that the city of Fresno will receive. But I will be supportive today of this. Thank you.
And we have a motion and a second. I just had a quick question for City Manager, and I understand the concerns and objections that you have, Member Bretterfeld. I absolutely do. But it seems to me that this is we sit on the board of directors for a major American city with major projects totaling in now with the water, the billions of dollars. If we were to hire this is for Mr. Mosier and for city managers, the previous and the future, we would have to have a staff the size of maybe one of the biggest, if not the largest engineering firm in the city of Fresno to do these projects. Is that a correct assumption? Because I'm hearing members say that we need to hire people, we need to beef up our staff. It seems to me that we would need an engineering department, maybe the size of a large engineering firm, to do this work. Or we go out So would someone please clarify that for me, please? Am I correct in my assumption that we would need not just the engineers, but the admin support and all the associated employees?
Well, I think the challenge is that, yes, we obviously need some additional engineering positions. So that's without question. You've heard from Public Utilities, you've heard from Public Works, and I'm not going to say that we don't. But let's also recognize, to some extent, the cyclical nature of the dollars that we're talking about. In this case, it's transportation dollars. This year, at the wisdom of the legislature before the last month or so, they chose to reduce gas tax. And as a result, Public Works saw a $2 million drop in revenue this year. Now, we could have used those dollars to continue to keep engineers on board to work on projects at the expense of asphalt and sidewalks and things like that, which is not something that I think this council has been open to. 4 or 5 years ago, Scott, there was $6 million of general fund at that time that was being used to support Public Works. At that time, when the economy slowed and we went through the Great Recession and we were teetering on bankruptcy, the decision was to reallocate those general fund dollars to support public safety in order to avert layoffs and loss of police officers and firefighters. As a result, we lost engineers because there were no general fund dollars left to support those positions, and at the same time, the amount of federal funding and other grants that we had for other projects were also dwindling down. So the challenge for us is finding that balance at any point in time with having an appropriate staff to deal with, I guess, a normal flow of work, and then also be able to react fast enough when there is all of a sudden an increase in work that is produced as a result of approval and adoption of a water metro plan. And all of a sudden now we're going to go out and build a $400 million plant and supporting pipeline and everything else. So that is where we should have a conversation as to what is the correct mix and what is sustainable, given our resources and given the availability of those resources in the upcoming years.
And I just want to echo City Manager's comments. There are certain things that our in-house staff, we're very proud of them, that they do very well, and we'd want to keep that steady level for things like repaving projects, traffic signals, neighborhood water mains. I appreciated Mr. Escueda and Mr. Carvajal's comments earlier, but there are other projects that absolutely are the private engineers' role. A Veterans Boulevard, a surface water treatment plant, that's not something we would ever staff up for or want to take on because there are specialized firms who do bridges, processing, treatment plants, and that type of work.
And if I could interrupt you right there. So when in terms of, I'm hearing the word specialization right now. So in terms of specialized, one engineer, if we were to hire one engineer, may not be able to do the same work as another engineer. So going out to do these things, it seems to me, and again, I join Member Bredefeld in his skepticism and his instinct to be a fiscal watchdog, because I'm the same as you are. But it seems to me that it's more fiscally prudent to go out to these specialists than to hire a bunch of people that there's work now and there's gas tax revenue and there's work now. But because there's an ebb and flow, it seems to me that either we'd have people sitting around doing nothing, soaking up taxpayer dollars, or we'd have to let them go, which would be awful as well. So, I'm interested in sitting with the Finance and Audit Committee. Member Bredefeld, I would love to have you join us in the open slot that was vacated when Lee Brand became the mayor. And we can look at these kinds of things. And while I sometimes vote against consultants, I think that in these cases, I think that, in my opinion, our professional city staff is not being reckless on these. I don't like going out door to door and knocking on doors and asking people if they want monkey bars in the park. I mean, I'm on record with that. And I joined you with that. But on this one, I don't think they're being reckless. I think we're doing the right thing, because I think it would be much, much, much worse to bring more high dollar employees into this organization and then possibly lose them, or they'll have nothing to do when the money runs out. Yes, you are next. Thank you, Mr. Mosher.
I appreciate what you're saying, because that's true. That's the discussion I want to have, because I don't know if they need specialized folks that we're not going to hire, or in fact, as Scott said, we've had those employees before in 2011. They were doing that design work, and we haven't hired them again. And here we are sitting with $500,000-$600,000 worth of contracts for design work. So you raise good points. I mean, I'm not in the department. I don't know if that's a specialty that he needs, or we just haven't hired employees, and actually we could be saving lots of money if we had an employee to do that design work. And I don't know frankly, when we meet in this finance committee without Scott and his expertise, if we're going to be able to answer that. But that's a question. That's exactly what I'm wondering. He said that he's had an employee in 2011, or other employees, I don't know, but he hasn't hired them back, and yet we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every week on design work. That's the question. That's what I'm trying to get to. And you're assuming some things, I'm assuming some things, and I don't know if our assumptions are accurate or not. I mean, I'd be happy to, if I'm wrong, to support these consultants, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
We will definitely find out, and welcome to the committee. All right. So this one was item 1. Help me out. We're on 1H? Okay, so we're still on 1G. All right. All right, well, is there a motion? Did we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Okay, the screen is now clear. Is there any opposition?
Yes.
Okay, so item carries 5-1. Now we move to item 1H, Public Works, approving the final map of tract. Okay, no, 1L was removed. 1H is removed. 1H is removed. Is 1L removed?
Yeah,
1L is removed. We move to item 1N. This is Department of Public Transportation.
Sure. Just had a couple questions for our transportation folks. I know that last time we had this item come up, there was some concerns that were made by Mr. Stites. Just wanted to see if we had an opportunity to meet with them and see if we could work out some of those differences. And then I had a question with regards to Section 5 on the proposed ordinance amendment with regards to our drivers being able to carry pepper spray. Maybe we could elaborate a little bit on what the rules are, what the process is for that.
All right. In terms of this item, pepper spray was not even addressed. We made no changes to we're not recommending any changes. If you notice on page 3 of the staff report, it identifies what we are seeking to change. Now, the May versus Shell, which is an issue I just heard about a few minutes ago, is the language that has always been in the item, to my knowledge. We did not change that. The three places that we seek to change or amend are providing the director with the authority to designate a fair enforcement officer, to prohibit fair enforcement, to prohibit fair evasion. And then the other one is to consider it unlawful on our system to not have identification or to present false identification. Those are the only 3 items that we are seeking to change in this item.
So then, just so I don't think anybody's talking about our drivers being able to pepper spray fare evaders, right? That's not what we're talking about. I think it's more with regards to their safety.
Absolutely, an entirely different item. And again, we didn't do anything to change that language about pepper spray, the drivers and pepper spray. As a matter of fact, we were putting together a class because it's been a while since we've had a pepper spray class. And soon we'll have that class. Working with PD to establish it, as soon as the list is prepared, we'll do a pepper spray class for drivers.
And then with regards to our transportation folks being able to meet with, was that possible to meet out? And I know he had some concerns last time around. Were you able to meet with Mr. Stites prior to today to work out some of the concerns you had?
No, didn't even, like, again, I didn't know this was even, that the pepper spray issue was even an issue until 15 minutes ago.
Because I remember, I think it was Councilmember Olivier that clarified that this was just for introduction, that there would be subsequent conversations. I don't know, maybe we could get Mr. Stites, if you could come up. What were some of the concerns that you had with regards to the ordinance?
The concerns that I had concerning the ordinance were that I had not seen it, nor had there been any conversation on the ordinance prior to the council meeting 2 weeks ago, I guess it was. At that point in time, I did raise issues on the change in job duties as far as people being given the ability or the direction to enforce fare collection. At that time, I wasn't aware of the item on page 3 of 8, and which you've already spoke to, the word may. I would take exception to what you've already heard. It's been my understanding since 1994 or 95, the City Council gave direction to the department that bus drivers would be allowed, in the affirmative, would be allowed to carry pepper spray for defensive purposes. That's been in place all these years, and I have strong exception to the council accepting this as it's written, and I will read one sentence here on 3 of 8, page 3 of 8. Upon completion of appropriate training and certification as required by the city, transit employees may be allowed to carry pepper spray. I believe that should be changed to shall be allowed. I believe adopting what you have in front of you gives the department or the city the ability to say you're not going to carry it. I'll go on to say, since I have the mic, I want to say that the system is a safe system. 99% of the people we carry are no problems. But I would point out that the shooter 2 or 3 weeks ago that shot and killed 3 people in the city of Fresno was a regular city bus passenger. There are threats out there, and for the ability for the employee to carry this provides a defensive measure and gives the employee the sense of safety. Mr. Marshall has said a class is coming up. We've been asking for that class for quite a long time, and it hasn't evolved yet. In discussions with other people at FACTS, there seems to be an overtone of resistance for drivers to carry pepper spray for defensive purposes. The sense is that perhaps it would be a liability to the city. And I would like you guys to recognize that the liability to the city is an employee getting the living snot beat out of them or worse without any ability to defend themselves.
Well, and it sounds like we probably need a little bit more time.
And discussion. There has been no discussion on this until about 3:55 yesterday in front of City Hall in a car.
Right. Well, everybody likes to talk to you, Rick. So I suspect
Yeah.
that's one of those. So, Council, I'd like to make a motion to postpone the item. Maybe we give them a little bit more time to try to sort some of the differences.
Second.
I don't even think a vote is needed if we want to ask staff to. City Manager.
So I would also be and I'll refer to the city attorney. The issue, it sounds like right now, is it's language, may versus shall, that, as Mr. Stites pointed out, is language that was codified 13 years ago. And so we're talking about language that's been on the books, and more importantly, a practice. And Mr. Stites knows as well as I do that if there was a change in allowing the department or allowing the bus operators to provide the training and allow them the option of carrying pepper spray, that would be a change in working conditions and it would also be subject to meet and confer. I know what the intent was at the time. I know what the intent is today. If the council member wants to make a motion to approve with the amendment that the city attorney changes it from may to shall, The administration is supportive of that because that's consistent with the practice for the last 13 years. And so other than that, I haven't heard any other reason to postpone adoption of this other than the concerns regarding pepper spray. And if that is the only outstanding issue, then perhaps a simple amendment to the motion would suffice.
I'm okay with that if unless you still want to postpone.
But Mr. Stites, sounds like the issue's been resolved, and is there anything else?
Okay.
All right. Well, then I'll make the motion to amend that.
Still want to speak, Member Soria? You're punched up.
I just had one question.
Okay, you want to make the motion?
Motion and the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Member Soria.
I just had a question for you, Brian, regarding the strikeout of Section 5304, subsection B, where it says the mayor may appoint with the several approval of the council and advisory committee. Just wondering why that was struck out. So we don't have an advisory committee anymore?
What happened is, and again, some of this precedes me, a lot of it does, but essentially the transit committee kind of was the substitute for that committee.
Oh, because I don't think this was ever presented to us in the transit committee. So if that's going to be a substitute, maybe we should ensure that these items are coming to the committee before they come to council. I don't recall us reviewing it.
Okay.
So I'd appreciate that, because if we're striking something now, we got to make sure that we do.
Councilmember Soria, this actually takes it out of the FMC, and as council has done some 5-6 years ago when I worked for you all made it your decision to establish boards and commissions. And so that's done through the clerk's office. There is a resolution and a process to do that. This one was codified in the FMC. What it does is take it out. So it doesn't mean you can't have a committee on transit services, but it has to go through the process you all established several years ago.
Okay, and which is fine, but as Brian did mention, we do have a subcommittee of council members, and so I just asked that if there are things like this, I think that it's worth to have the discussion with those members that are part of the subcommittee to get input and perspective before it does come to council.
So if I could provide some historical perspective, which is telling in a lot of ways. This provision was included or was brought about as a result of discussions regarding handy ride and access by via ADA requirements and things like that. So when it says special transportation services, it was primarily focusing on paratransit services and how at that time would we improve and augment the services that we're providing. So a committee was formed. Was chaired by Professor Ed Ames at the time. There is now, and still is, an ADA advisory committee who is now a lot broader view other than just special transportation services, although paratransit is one of those things, but also access to city facilities, path of travel, the type and font of that we use on our web page, communications, things like that. So this provision at that time was specifically intended to address public paratransit services, not anything else related to facts. Okay. And so this committee still sits today, but it is no longer a transit special service committee. It is an ADA advisory council.
Perfect. But we still have a subcommittee in terms of this council, so just for future. Yes. Just for future, I just want to make sure that you guys do come and bring these things before us so that we may have maybe discussion before it does come to the council. That's all I'd ask. Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Sloan.
Yes, Council. With the change of the may to shall, that's a substantive change we'd have to treat today as introduction and then come back for final adoption next week.
Okay. City Attorney has indicated his enthusiastic support. City Manager has indicated his enthusiastic support. So. Oh, yeah, you were just gesticulating. So, all right. So we have a motion, a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you, staff. And Mr. Stites, you're all set. Okay. And now to scheduled council hearings and matters. And we're right on schedule for our county assessor recorder, who is scheduled at 9:55. This never happens, and it's 9:55. He'll be speaking to us about the Day of Remembrance event to commemorate Greek genocide.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, council members. Good morning, future city manager. I want to congratulate you for your selection. Well, I'm here to announce that on May the 19th, we're going to celebrate for the first time, or commemorate for the first time, the 101st Greek genocide. We all heard about the Armenian genocide. And nobody knows about the Greek genocide. There were just as many Greeks killed as Armenians. So on that day, we're going to fly 2 flags. You've already seen this flag here. It's going to be flown first. And then we're going to fly a flag that you've never seen before, because the people who were flying this flag are all dead. And they number about 1 million people. 1 million Greeks were slaughtered by the Turks. This is the flag. It's yellow. It has the eagle, which is facing right. And it's called the Trapezoun Empire flag. This flag was flying from 1204 to 1461. It's going to be flown on the 19th for the first time on the West Coast.
Oh, wow.
Now, we lost over 1 million people over there, and I'd like to pass a flyer here to all of you and invite all of you and the public to attend. It's going to be an educational gathering. If I can give this to the clerk to pass it around. Thank you very much. And we'll have speakers. We'll have the Greek priest give a blessing. We'll have dancers. We have 2 speakers. One is coming from the Armenian Studies, who's going to tell us about the historical stuff. And I will be welcoming the dignitaries. We have a lot of proclamations coming in. So I want to invite every one of you to attend this first in the history of the state of California event, where we are going to fly these 2 flags and commemorate this event. Any questions?
Just for the folks watching at home, can you tell the day and the time and the location?
Sure. The day is May the 19th, which is a week from tomorrow. The location is 2600 Fresno Street in front of City Hall at the plaza. We paid our permits and the insurance, everything is paid for. I made sure. We are commemorating the 101st anniversary of the Greek genocide, Friday, May the 19th, 10 to 12 a.m. Kobe Soteropoulos will be the MC. The Kamari dancers will dance. Prayers of remembrance will be offered by Jim Papas and Father John Pagas. And we'd like everybody to attend. I talked to the school district, Fresno Unified School District, and I believe that we're going to make it an educational event where we're going to have students, because to my surprise, very few people know about the Greek genocide, and that this will be an annual event. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dickus, can you check with Mark Standriff or Jaime in the back about the flagpole arrangements so we can, thank you. Okay, the next item is a 10 o'clock item, Public Works Department hearing regarding the vacation of West Lansing, West Dakota Alley.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, and staff. My name is Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor of the Public Works Department here at Fresno. I'm here today to ask Council to open a public hearing for the vacation of the Lansing Way Dakota Avenue Alley between North Weber and North Phelan Avenue. This hearing date was set by Resolution of Intent 115-D on May 11th by consent. It has been properly published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. The vacation is being requested by Craig Franczyk, which is one of the owners of the adjacent properties. All of the owners in the block have agreed to the alley vacation in writing. It's being requested to eliminate illegal dumping and to allow the adjacent owners to secure the alley. Along with the owner's concerns, this alley also presents a maintenance liability for the city. A public utility easement will be reserved over the entire area proposed for vacation to accommodate existing overhead utility facilities. Staff recommends the approval of this vacation, and at this time, I ask Council to open up a public hearing for discussion. I'm available for discussion or for questions if you need.
Thank you very much. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this agenda item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and return to City Council. Member Soria.
Just a quick question. So now that the alley is going to be vacated, the city won't have any liability in terms of if there's illegal dumping. Now it will be the sole responsibility of the owner?
That's correct. The owners wish to secure the alleys to prevent the dumping and for security reasons as well. So what they'll do is they'll fence the alley in accordance with the Public Works standards and provide keys to whatever utility has their facilities in there, which I believe is PG&E and Verizon and Comcast. So they will have access into the alley themselves. Everything else will be secure, and they're responsible for that maintenance at that point.
Perfect. Great. I'll make a motion on this item. I know that this has been an issue, not only in that area, but a number of areas in the neighborhood with alleys and illegal dumping. So if this is going to help address some of those challenges that we face, I look forward to seeing how this is beneficial to that area. Thank you.
Couple of questions for you. Yeah, so how many people will this impact in terms of this vacation of the alley? Is it just one owner, or is it several people?
There's several owners in the area. The one that actually applied for the vacation owns a big portion of that block. Part of the feasibility study is to get the permission from the other owners, which they have given me in writing with letters from the other owners, so I have those on record. So everybody's on board in this block.
Right, and in order to vacate it, everybody has to agree to it.
That's correct.
And so now if somebody somehow gets in there and dumps anything in there, it's the property owner's responsibility, not the city anymore.
That's correct.
And what about picking up garbage and stuff? And did they put cans in the alley? If that was the case, how will that be dealt with?
I think from a solid waste standpoint, everything is picked up outside the alley at this point.
Okay.
So they don't have access, they don't use that access for solid waste.
In your experience, has this really had a positive impact in terms of preventing the dumping? I would imagine it would.
It does also provide security. If there's any theft in the area, sometimes you have people entering people's houses through the alley. They're vulnerable in those points. So what they do is they close off the alley. Sometimes they go through an alley closure instead of a full-on vacation. But in this case, they chose to go through the public street vacation process.
Okay. And how long does this process take when, people like this, or there's a block and people want to close off their alley? Because, I think we know this exists throughout the city. I wonder if this isn't something that could be done more frequently. I wonder what's involved in getting this accomplished.
Well, through a public street vacation, the process takes approximately 3 to 4 months. Normally, we have to get everybody on board. We go through a feasibility study. We notify city departments as well as public utilities. We get their comments and their concerns and what they have in the alley and how we can accommodate them. Once we go through that feasibility study process, then we send a letter to the applicant and with a list of conditions that they may have to comply with. Okay. In this case, it was overhead utilities, so those utility companies required a public utility easement along that corridor in that alley, so they can have 24-hour access to accommodate their needs for maintenance and repair.
And just one final thing, what if one of the property owners changes their mind after this has been vacated? What happens? Well, they would have to go back through a process of dedicating the alley, which everybody would have to be on board again. Has that happened at all?
It's never happened in my experience. No.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think, no more questions. The screen is clear. And we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, the item carries unanimously. We move to 10:05 item, hearing to adopt resolutions. This is Public Works.
Morning, Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. This is a public hearing to consider annexation into Community Facilities District Number 9. We have This is at the request of the landowner. We've received the ballots. There's 3 parcels involved. We've received approval from all of the landowners in support. And we ask for your approval. This was in Council District 2, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries 6-0. Now on to the, we can't do that. We have a few minutes to wait, so let me find something else we can knock out real quick here.
Schedule?
We
Because
could do
we're actually
unscheduled.
ahead of schedule, 4 minutes ahead. So want to go ahead and knock out the In God We Trust thing right now until...
Yeah.
Nice try, Gary. At this time, the council will hear unscheduled communication. Are there any members of the public who wish to address any item that is not contained on today's agenda? Please come forward for unscheduled communication. Okay, seeing none, we will close unscheduled communication. Let's just, I'm looking through to see what we could do. If staff is here for it, though. Let's just wait. It's only a few minutes from now. Public Works here? No, it might be the wrong staff. Does anybody know any good jokes? I look out there.
Division Manager are both here and available today if you should have additional questions. We've done an extensive amount of outreach, and we'd be happy to share that information with you. We know that the council has been very interested in outreach when it comes to our HUD entitlement funding. This morning, there's 2 items for your consideration. The first is a hearing to obtain public comments, and staff is basically recommending that the council conduct and close that hearing. It has been properly noticed and published. The second item before you is a little lengthier in its description, so I'll go ahead and read it, but it's regarding the adoption of the fiscal year 2018 annual action plan, approving its submission to HUD and providing for subrecipient agreements, as well as authorizing the city manager to implement or sign those implementing documents. On that second portion of the item before you today, staff is recommending that council consider continuing the item to June 29th. Give you a little background as to why, given the uncertainty of the federal budget, HUD has yet to announce its annual allocations. That has not been the situation last year. It is the situation this year. You're all familiar with the uncertainty of the federal budget. And what you may not know is that the city is not allowed to submit its annual action plan until HUD has announced that allocation. Our deadline was May the 15th. Which is why the city staff had prepared all of this information and started its outreach planning back in January of this year to get this process to you this week in order to meet our May 15th deadline. But again, we are no longer, that is no longer an applicable deadline for us because the allocation has not been announced. Some of you may even remember last year we were pretty excited because that was the first year we had met the deadline in our city's history. So we are very cognizant of that deadline and are doing our best. the HUD had provided some guidelines as to what cities were to do given the uncertainty of their budget. So we have been following that process for the last 5 months. And in our action plan draft that has been out for public comment, we included a lot of contingency language. It's a little bit cumbersome, but it was HUD's guidance, how we could get our annual action planning through the public comment period and have it prepared to meet our original May 15th deadline. I mentioned to you that the deadline is no longer May 15th. It is now going to be 60 days after the allocations are announced. Once we have the announcement, we'll know what the deadline is, but it will not be allowed to go any further than mid-August. Many of you, I know, are already aware of the continuing resolution that was released last week, and that continuing resolution in a nutshell says that our HUD programs are basically going to be funded at the same level as they were last year. So what this means for us is that we can be prepared to do a red line version of the annual action plan, and we have enough time now to produce that red line version for an additional 30-day public comment period to our community. So that is what we are prepared to do. So again, that is if the council continues the item. Last night was the Housing and Community Development Commission meeting, so that was May 10th, and at their meeting, the HCDC held and closed a public hearing as well. The public comments that were provided before the May 4th end of the public comment period, there was one of them, and last night at the HCDC meeting there was an additional verbal provided, and we'll provide all of that information as well. We can do it today, but we can also do it in the red line version, changes to the annual action plan that will be coming. So last night at the HCDC, they also made a recommendation to council, and that recommendation was that for the second portion of the item before you today, that you consider continuing the item to June as well. So again, just to close, there's 2 items before you today. The first is the public hearing. So staff is recommending that that is conducted and closed. And then the second portion related to the approval and the submittal of the annual action plan, staff is recommending that council continue that item till June the 29th, when we anticipate we will have concluded an additional 30-day public comment period on a red line version of the action plan, and we will have had HUD announce their allocation at that point. Okay. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. City Attorney, do we still go out to the public? So I understand this correctly. So the number 1 item.
Yes, this is a public hearing.
So, okay, so it is. So we go out to the public and then...
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and go out and open public comment. Is there anyone here today who wishes to address the City Council on the agenda item? Please come forward. Welcome. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Grecia Lenis, and I'm here on behalf of Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I first would like to commend the DARM staff on developing this plan. There are some really great features in this, which include some action steps to reduce barriers in producing affordable housing, which a lot of them come from the Chapter 6 and the housing element. We worked really hard on that and had talked a lot to community in ensuring that their voices were put into the housing element, so we're very happy to see that in this plan as well. Additionally, there's also steps to look at post-RDA properties to also be used for affordable housing. So we're very happy to see that, and look forward to seeing that being implemented and hopefully collaborating on that as well. First and foremost, though, there are some issues that we would like to see addressed. Given the high rates of poverty here in the city of Fresno, the annual action plan really looks a lot at low and moderate income neighborhoods. The plan itself shows statistics where the city of Fresno has double the state's average in households that are making less than $10,000. Because of these severe poverty rates we see here in the city of Fresno, we would really recommend that this action plan really look at those low-income neighborhoods and really focus their priorities there in developing the infrastructure and addressing community needs there. The second thing I would really like to point out too is that there is a need for additional affordable housing funding, and one thing that could be added is last year in the budget there was $1 million that were allocated towards affordable housing, which could very well be used to leverage the federal funds that the city applies for. Third, the last thing that I would like to mention is that I would really love to see this plan align with the active transportation plan that had a ton of community engagement in it, and also the general plan, which has some really great programs such as the educational program, which prioritizes infrastructure in the housing around schools, which is something that if you look in the comments in the back of the annual action plan draft, a lot of parents came here from the Hidalgo and the Leavenworth neighborhood requesting specifically safe walking paths for their kids, making sure there's proper infrastructure such as sidewalks and lighting, and proper safe parks for their kids to be able to go to that. So those are my comments for this morning, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Luciana Ventresca with Marjorie Mason Center, 1600 M Street, and here to speak to the issue of the emergency shelter funding. I'm joining her, Nicole Linder, Executive Director. We had submitted an application for the emergency shelter grant funding process, and we were awarded an amount, which we are thankful that we were. The only thing that we would like to present to the council is if there is an opportunity to look towards getting more funding to our operation, that would be great. We have over 138 emergency shelter beds within the city of Fresno, housing primarily families. We are the only shelter that focuses on providing emergency housing to families and primarily victims and survivors of domestic violence. The level of funding that we received does not even cover barely 1.5 positions. It will affect our operation. And I know there's only a limited amount of funds that are available. That's understood. But if there is the opportunity that other funds become available, we certainly would appreciate that be taken into consideration, because our operation is very important to the city. That was it.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to council. Member Soria, you're punched up first.
Just a couple questions for Kelly. I know that we're going to be adding additional time. What kinds of things do you anticipate will change as a result of this additional time? Maybe can you speak to that?
Certainly. So what we will be able to do is, one, take out a lot of the contingency language, because whenever we were drafting the annual action plan, there was kind of a lot of scenarios. What if? Well, if this happens, then we'll reduce it by this many percentage points. And so it was really challenging to state exactly how much funding would be allocated to each program, street, agency, that kind of thing. So whenever we were drafting the annual action plan, there was concern that the cuts would be substantial. So we were trying to plan for contingency either way. Now that the continuing resolution has passed and we are secure in the knowledge that it will be similar to last year's funding, there will be a lot of the contingency language that we can remove. As to the specifics, I'm trying to visualize the plan. So it's going to be that, and it's going to be some kind of typo kind of things whenever you produce a document. It's going to be a red line version of things that we, upon further reading, or recommending changes. But again, it's going to be completely red lined, so anything that the original draft had and that is being changed, it will be reflected in the next version.
But in terms of the recommendation of allocation of funds, for the most part, will stay the same. Is that what I'm hearing?
For the most part, it should stay the same. There may be some changes in recommendations.
Okay, and so Are we closing the hearing today? Is that what I heard?
The recommendation is that the hearing is closed today, but be aware that we will basically start the entire process over, so there will be another. So what we will do is we will go through the exact same process for this second draft. So we will again do the noticing, we will do the public hearings at both the HCDC and the City Council when we return.
Okay, so then people will have an opportunity, and during that time, there may be changes that could be recommended to be made in terms of allocation of funding.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, and then just to one of the points that Grecia just made, in your perspective, how do you think that this plan complements or addresses kind of the priorities that we all here on this council voted on the ATP, and also uses the kind of recommendations or priorities that I think most of the council members here, a number of the council's members here, supported in the general plan, just as we're trying to tackle and address some of the issues that specifically these dollars are meant to do.
Right. So I would certainly refer to my director to address more specifics on both of those plans. She's much more knowledgeable than I am on their design elements and their details, but what we have been able to do is through the public needs hearing process, we have taken input from a lot of the residents, and you'll notice that some of the public works projects proposed in there actually are from the neighborhoods that showed up and testified in those hearings. So those are in our interior city, those are in historically neglected neighborhoods, and they're in the lowest income level areas. So I feel like that's very consistent. But also, if you'll recall, the annual action plan is an annual kind of implementation document for our consolidated plan, and our consolidated plan is a 2015 through 2020 document, and so there was extensive outreach done there as well, and this is year 3 implementing year for that document, that 5-year document, and so we're very consistent also with our consolidated planning document.
I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Jennifer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Soria. So absolutely, this plan definitely allows us to start implementing a lot of the goals of the general plan and of the active transportation plan. Ms. Furtado spoke about specific neighborhoods that came to our public outreach meeting and public needs hearing in January that specified that there was a need for sidewalks, for lighting, for access, safe access to schools and to parks in specific neighborhoods, including Webster, Columbia, Winchell, King, Pinedale, Fort Miller, Hamilton, Winery, Hidalgo, Jefferson, Pinedale, Yosemite, Leavenworth, Hidalgo, and Jefferson lighting, Adams, Slater, and Highway City lighting. So they're significant. If you look on page 8 of the draft document, streets and public facilities, significant emphasis on those points that the council brought up both last year as well as the public brought up this year for streets and public facilities, access, lighting, and then park facilities as well. So we believe that the draft document reflects a lot of what this council adopted both in the general plan and in the active transportation plan.
And so on these, the ones that you just outlined, the different streets and public facilities,
right.
These were actual recommendations from folks that ended up showing up to the meetings. Is that how you guys decided?
So these were things that were identified in the public needs hearings. We had 2 outreach meetings ahead of the public needs. One was in Southwest Fresno, one was in Pinedale. And then we had our public needs hearing here at City Hall, and we had neighbors from the Pinedale neighborhood expressed their concerns at their outreach meeting, Southwest Fresno at their outreach meeting, and then when we had our HCDC meeting in January, Hidalgo Leavenworth parents came, both principals of those schools attended and talked about the challenges of the youth to school. So these are specifically identified by the public as needs in our community.
Great. And so that's great to be able to demonstrate to the public. The other, and I want to highlight one of the areas in my district that I have been trying to, prioritize and have the city prioritize is part of Highway City, which is south of my council colleague Steve Brandow. I know that we're working on an engineering study, but also trying to figure out how we utilize some of these resources like CDBG to start bundling the money, because we know that there's going to be a tremendous need in terms of infrastructure dollars once the engineering study is done. There's no gutters, there's no sidewalks, street lights, and so forth. And so I'd like to see, and I hope that within this next budget, Bruce, as you guys are, putting it together and finalizing over the next few weeks, that we begin to see that the community starts to see that there's a commitment in trying to make that investment, even if it's, a piecemeal investment towards this neighborhood that definitely still needs sidewalks. We need a safe pathway to Inspiration Park, which, I talk about constantly. But again, I want to thank you guys for taking the input of the community. I just want to make sure that folks know that even though, maybe Highway City in my area is not included in this list, the needs are there. And I know that while they may not have shown up to, any of the public outreach meetings that you guys had, when I have my community meetings, I continuously hear about the challenges and issues that are there. And so I will continue to advocate for that neighborhood so that you guys take that into account and hopefully give it a little bit more love. Thank you.
Member Capriolio.
Thank you. Kelly, did you indicate there were district meetings relative to this issue, or these issues, these funds from the various sources?
So there were not district meetings per se, not in the same way that there are right now with, say, the Parks Trails master planning process. There were two locations, two community meetings. They happened to be at our community centers. One was at the Maxey Parks Center in Southwest Fresno, and one was over at the Pinedale Center. And then we had our public needs hearings were done at City Hall. So
Right.
The majority of the meetings were at City Hall.
Well, as Bruce knows, since I'm the only district without a community center, I guess I was left out of that mix. But we're working on that, I believe, through the administration. And it would also be something to consider with that funding for the Vinland Park, which has a perfect location. Thank you.
Hey, Kelly. That's okay. Curious, the senior paint program, can you tell me about
Correct.
that?
So the senior paint program this year, we had heard at our public needs hearing that this should be considered an opportunity for nonprofits to build capacity, and they had indicated that instead of the city always handling the program, that we should consider putting it out for bid as well. And so this year, Habitat for Humanity applied for the senior paint program, and the HCDC, when they considered the applications, they recommended an award for Habitat for Humanity, a little under $200,000 for a senior paint program. That's it. And the city has traditionally performed that work.
What's the work? That's what I'm asking about.
The actual work, it's basically, it's a little bit of rehab as related to what would be needed to paint a house.
Oh, okay.
So basically we go in and we have a list of, we basically open up applications, and seniors 62 or above apply to have us come out and evaluate their property and see if we can paint and do some minor rehab of their project.
What about the solar panel installation for Stone Soup?
So that is a training program. So it's resulting in also a project at the Stone Soup facility. So it would be both a training program, some technical training for individuals wishing to learn how to install solar,
Gotcha.
plus a solar project.
Gotcha.
So you'll notice it's in two categories because of that.
Okay. And then in the homeless programs, we're putting about, I guess, $1 million or so towards all the different programs?
Correct. And it's a combination of our ESG, our Emergency Solutions Grant, which is typically a little over $500,000, and that is specifically for homeless. And then the almost $1 million includes our HOPWA, the Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS. It's a very specialized program, and it is self-describing.
All right, so I spoke with City Attorney on this, and so what we do is the public hearing is now officially closed, and council discussion is closed. But staff has asked that the second part of this agenda item come back on June 29th. So folks who are interested in coming back to see this resolved, the date will be June 29th. So thank you, staff, and with that, we'll move to our next agenda item. Thank you very much. So for 10:30, we have a joint meeting of City of Fresno as successor to the redevelopment agency. And so I saw, there you are. All right, the first item. Well, I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you and good morning. The Housing Authority is proposing to acquire about 3.4 acres that we, the housing successor, own located on the north side of California between Waterman and Kern Avenue. The Housing Authority owns adjacent property directly to the west, the Sierra Terrace, and they also own property directly to the south of this site. They're developing a master plan for their property, and they wish to expand the site through this acquisition. So the combination of these parcels, this entire acreage, really presents an opportunity for a very large, impactful development along California Avenue, main gateway through southwest Fresno. They're looking to develop there and possibly some redevelopment, a mix of uses to include market rate housing, affordable housing, and potentially office and retail uses. And any affordable housing that they do develop on the site, we, the housing successor, will be given covenants for 25% of those units. The property was appraised for $585,000 in March 2016 by an MAI appraiser retained by the Housing Authority, and they're proposing to purchase this property for $660,000. A purchase and sale agreement is attached, sells the property as is. We're recommending your approval this morning.
Okay, thank you. We have, let's go out to the public first. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to the City Council. A motion to approve by Member Bredefeld. I will go ahead and second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries 5-0. And that's it. Thank you. We adjourn the meeting of the successor agency and move to our 1035 item, which is a hearing to consider resolution. Public Works Department, Mr. Mosier.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Scott Mosier with the Public Works Department. I just wanted to introduce this item. It's in regards to the Veterans Boulevard project, which has been in process for some time. We have an environmental impact report approved, all funding in place for full design and right-of-way acquisition of the complete project, and a substantial amount of construction funding already in place. Construction is scheduled to begin this fall on some work east of the Union Pacific Railroad tracks, followed by a second phase to build an overpass over UP and the high-speed rail corridor, and then the complete project from Shaw to Herndon to follow. With that, there are 38 parcels involved in the overall corridor, and I'm very pleased to say, as Council has been approving those acquisitions really each month on the Council agendas, we've now successfully acquired 32 of those 38 parcels, and this is also the first time that staff has been before this Council with a recommendation to adopt a resolution of necessity for that parcel. With that, I'd like to introduce our real estate section supervisor, Craig Hansen, who will talk specifically about this acquisition and the findings that are necessary of the council.
Morning, Council President, members of the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Craig Hansen, supervising real estate agent with Public Works. It is unusual that we have a request for a resolution of necessity. I think the last time we were before the Council was 2015, and that was actually a case where we had an absent owner we couldn't find, and interestingly enough, after the resolution was adopted, the owner surfaced, and we were able to complete that transaction. So as Mr. Mosier mentioned, there are 38 parcels on this project, and it runs about 2.25 miles from Herndon Avenue down across what would be Bullard at 99, where the future interchange at 99 will be installed, and then continues to connect with an existing leg of Veterans Boulevard, and then goes all the way down ultimately to Shaw, just east of Grantland Avenue. The 32 parcels represents 84 completion of the land required, and in fact there's a large piece right here that is about 23 acres, which will come to you this afternoon. Mr. Pete Caldwell will be talking about this piece, which we recently concluded with investors and Campos Brothers. And with that approval this afternoon, we have everything all the way down to this point here where Barstow Avenue is. That would be the 33rd parcel this afternoon, so that would leave us with 5, and we've just started our final phase of appraising 4 parcels south of the parcel we're about to discuss, 1 in this area, and then 3 down here where it connects to Shaw Avenue. So that puts us essentially at 87% completion. The parcel that we have before you today, as we mentioned, first written offer commenced with Ehrlich Investment Trust in January of 2016. This has been going on now for 15 months. The offer is for 12,536 square feet up here in this corner where Veterans will cross Barstow and continue to make its way down to Shaw Avenue. The appraisal was done by Larry Hopper and Associates here in Fresno, real property analysts. It came in at $3 a square foot. This is medium density residential, 5 to 11 units per acre. The subject property currently has 24.81 acres and the after condition 24.52. So the acquisition in the far northeast corner is a little more than 1% of the total property. When we talked to the property owner, they, in conjunction with Senate Bill 1210, exercised their option for a second appraisal, and it's one of these deals where the public agency then reimburses the property owner up to $5,000 for a second appraisal. The appraisal by the property owner was done by a gentleman out of Southern California. He came in with a value of $6.38 a square foot. So we're at $130,000 an acre, $3. They're at like $277.5 an acre, $6.38. Now, meantime, with this property here, we recently concluded a transaction with Granville on this project right up in this area. This is also RM2 zoning. It came in at $3 a square foot. The property owner, Granville, agreed. Homes in this area surrounding this acquisition are about 5 years old. This subdivision here is between 15 and 20 years old. It might also be pointed out that if this property is to be developed into RM2, then the property owner would, amongst the conditions, have to dedicate this right-of-way for future Veterans Boulevard. But because we are coming in ahead of the game, that's why we're having to pay fair market value. So again, we feel that fair market value is $3 a square foot. The property owner has remained firm at $6.38 a square foot. We've had probably a dozen meetings through telephone and email and mail and that sort of thing. They are from Los Angeles. One of the things we really like to do is to have face-to-face meetings with property owners. But in this case, because of the distance and because of the fact that we really didn't see it would be beneficial to send somebody down, since we're so far apart, we decided to go ahead and move ahead with the resolution of necessity. Now, there are 4 tests that need to be done to approve a resolution of necessity. One is that the public interest and necessity require the project. We all know about the bottleneck in this neighborhood, and it's only going to continue to worsen until Veterans goes in with only crossings at Shaw and that almost box culvert up at Herndon. Number 2, that the Veterans Boulevard project is planned to be the most compatible with the greater good of the public and the least private injury. And looking at our project map, you can say that that was certainly taken into account. Number 3, that this particular parcel is necessary for the project. Now, only a small portion in the upper northeast corner is needed for Veterans Boulevard, but it is, if we did not get it, it would create a massive shift if we were to somehow come over this way then we would start to get into this developed neighborhood over here. It could impact the interchange. It has all kinds of dynamic effects, so it's definitely been planned for the greatest public good for the least private injury. And then the fourth test, that the first written offer was made in compliance with Government Code Section 7267.2, and we can assure you that it was. Now, in closing, staff, along with the city attorney, will continue to negotiate with the property owner in hopes of reaching a settlement that is not only fair to both parties, but also fair to the 32 and soon to be 33 other property owners in this project. And with that, we'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Member Brandow.
All right. First, I'd like to say to Craig and Scott, thank you for staying on top of acquiring the properties needed for Veterans Boulevard. One of the things that we got to tell them when we went back to Washington, D.C. last week is that the city of Fresno has gained the right-of-way and gained these properties in an effort to make the project shovel-ready, which is music to their ears. So it's really important that we've done a lot of the things that we could do to prepare for Veterans Boulevard. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to the item? Okay, seeing none. Item carries 6-0. Thank you, staff. Moving right along to scheduled communication. Zoyer, are you here? No. Okay. We'll wait. We'll come back to that one. Let's... 10:40 a.m. number 2 has been removed. 10:40 a.m. number 3. Sandra? There you are. Okay. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Council President Olivier, members of the council.
Good morning.
As some of you may know, I retired April 1st last year. No fooling. And even before I retired, I used to take vacation time, and I would go to the Health and Welfare Trust meetings and the Retirement Board meetings.
For fun?
Because I felt, while we had good people on those boards, I had some questions about some decisions and the way things were being run. So, like Ron Reagan said, trust but verify. So I would attend the meetings. And I noticed an odd thing in that the agendas for these meetings weren't on Granicus and didn't necessarily hew to the ADA requirements that I had to live under as a staff person, preparing even little advisory committee agendas and posting them. Furthermore, at the Health and Welfare Trust, as a worker and as a retiree, there was an attempt to thwart public testimony under Brown Act and say, well, you can only testify on action items. And that's not the case. The Brown Act says that any item on the agenda should be open for testimony. And no offense, council, but your own rules have a rule for workshops that's in conflict with that. And a couple of times at council workshops, it was what I would call a dog and pony show, where the council was spoon-fed what they wanted to hear, what the staff wanted to hear, and no one else could get up and say, excuse me, but in point of fact, something's different. So I'm here today to ask that you reinforce with your boards and commissions and departments, and maybe look at your own rules of operation and make sure that public testimony is admitted on any item, including a workshop. And secondly, I'm concerned that the staff always allow for public testimony. Thirdly, I have a concern that the retirement board failed to post an agenda at all, didn't supply it to the clerk. And the retirement administrator's email said, well, it didn't have the desired effect. And I said, well, what were you trying to do? What was the desired effect? And I didn't get an answer to that. I just said, well, we said we're sorry. Well, now you have retirees who won't be getting mailed agendas and had no chance to testify about that. And maybe a lot of them are computer savvy, but your retirees are up to, 90-some years old? You can't tell me that those people are going to be able to go online and pull up their retirement statements. And that decision wasn't made under the Brown Act because it wasn't on the agenda as an action item and no one had a chance to testify. Except I happened to be there, but I got stuffed. So maybe you want to update your handbook for boards and commissions, look at your own policies. That's the only suggested action I think that could result from my testimony here today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you again. Move now to 10:40 a.m. Item number 4, appearance by Mary Esther Correa to discuss the fines she's incurred by code enforcement on her Iowa Street property. Please come forward. For the record, please give us your name and address, and then you'll also have 3 minutes.
Owner with Reynolds, 3407 East Iowa. I live in my place, but now things have changed because of you guys, to the worse for the landlords. This is my property manager. He's a veteran. He's been my friend for a long time. This is Tammy. She's my assistant. And they're here. I would have got more people, but things happen. They're working. First of all, we've completed all the infractions. The Johnny Come Lately, Feetland, Offler, whatever his name is, I had another inspector. Somehow they dismissed him, and they put Johnny came on. He doesn't know the beginning of the facts. We were talking to Mr. Gonzalez S, and then he's disappeared. And now I have Mr. Alfleet, and then he's been working with. I can't get along with him because he's trying to scam me. They charged me altogether $12,000. And I was injured. I had a doctor's excuse. I wrote appeals that once an appeal is sent, they have to stop finding me. And they didn't do that. They're not following protocol. I follow the protocol. And I'm being scammed. And now they're charging me. We're done. We're done with all the infractions. And then he wanted to come in my house without giving me proper notice. No. I said, you can't come in my house. I'm living in it. You have to give me proper notice. You have to follow protocols like I do. Well, anyway, so I've had to file 2 appeals already, and everything's done. So I had my manager call him to let him know that everything is done for him to come and inspect. And I wanted him to come Friday, and then he called my manager telling him that he's gone out a vacation or something, and he won't be back to the 17th or 19th. That's crazy. I want it done now. You have to get. I want another inspector, a substitute, so I can move on with my life and go home. No, this is outrageous, and there's no written notice that the first unit passed inspection. Nothing. Not even Mr. Flores knew that I had passed inspection. What's going on here? They're not following protocol. Whether they think they're gonna. No. Another thing too. I sent you all this packet. Well, thanks to Cindy. All the infractions are completed on May 9th. Nothing's been happening. Send me another inspector so I can get this done with. I also wrote to Donald President. This packet went to Donald Trump, and he's pro-business. Fresno Mayor Lee Brand. I don't know if he's here or not, but I mailed him one. And I mailed to my senator in Hawaii, Brian Schultz, because I worked on this campaign. All these people that I know, that I live, they're my barrio. And I have a friend, Professor Tomas Gonzalez, who's dying of cancer. And the code is, I was going to address it last time, but I don't have the time. I only have 3 minutes. He's dying with cancer. He was an interpreter and helping the people, the Hispanic community, and now they came and because there was a homeless and trash in his alley, they fined him. And I wanted to come they're doing this all over the barrio, and he can't come for himself. He's homebound, so I'm speaking for him also. You know, this is a shame that you guys are allowing these inspectors to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your.
And I'm not going to stop until it gets done. I can't afford. I'm a retired, disabled senior, and if you find me, I'm going to pay you $25 a month. I've been paying for 7 years, $50, and now I was done, and now they're piling up another $12,000. That's crazy. That's scamming. That's thieving.
Thank you. Sawyer, come on forward. Our next item is 10:40 a.m. Number 1, appearance by Zoyer Sindel to invite the City Council to Fresno Pride Parade and Festival being held on June 3rd. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Zoyer Zindel, 2812 Everglade Avenue, Clovis, California, 93619. And as usual, every time there's a major event in the LGBT community, I want to invite the Fresno City Council and let you all know what's going on. So again, as we do every year, we're having our Pride Parade and Festival. This is to celebrate the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, and it's to celebrate the landmark event of the Stonewall riots that occurred in 1969, and it was riots that resulted in the Pride Parade beginning back in 1969 to celebrate LGBT existence and honor our pride as contributing members of society. And so at this event at 10 a.m., again, this will be on June 3rd, that's a Saturday, in the Tower District along Olive Avenue at 10. We will have a parade where there will be several different LGBT affirming organizations and businesses. And I'm hoping that some of you will participate in the parade. You are definitely invited to enter a float and participate in that parade. Let me know if you're interested, and I can get you the application. After the parade will be our festival that we have. There'll be a dance tent. There will be an award ceremony where we will honor folks that have contributed to the community, members of the LGBT community. And we'll also have a kids area. There'll be various business and food vendors, all there to showcase what they do, their business. And there'll also be a resource fair where there will be LGBT-friendly organizations there to share about what they do and the different resources in the community that they do contribute. And so this is put on by this is put on by Fresno Rainbow Pride, which is a committee of the organization Community Link. And they're a 501c3 that provides various services to the community, including a radio show and a youth group. And so I understand that there is a proclamation being drafted up, and so I strongly encourage all of you to sign it and support the LGBT community here in Fresno. We're part of every demographic. We're here everywhere. We're everyday people, and we are Fresnans. And so please support us, and I'm hoping to see some of you folks out there. I know some of you folks have participated in the past, and we always enjoy seeing the politicians out there and them knowing what's going on with our community and us staying in touch with you. So thank you so much. I will send some more information, flyers on the way to all y'all. And hey, Esmeralda. And thank you for having me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for always coming and keeping us in the loop.
Thank you, Zoyer, for making the invitation. As usual, I will be there. My office has an entry, so I invite my colleagues to join me. It is a wonderful event where we do celebrate just the diversity that exists and the contributions of the LGBT community. So thank you for ensuring that this parade this festival continues to happen in the tower. I know that everyone appreciates the work that you guys have put into this. So thank you, and I look forward to having another great Pride Parade.
All right, let's move to general administration right now. Item 3A, actions pertaining to digesters. It's not about food, but I'm hungry. I want to digest something. DPU, take it away.
Council members, Council President, I'm Kevin Norgard, Department of Public Utilities, Wastewater Management. It's the opposite of food. So the two items before you today are to approve the CEQA findings of categorical exemption and to award a contract for the cleaning and then the rehabilitation of the coating for two digesters that we try to clean them every 7 years to keep them functioning properly. And one of them was built in 1947. The coating has failed and is off-gassing methane, so we need to repair the coating. And we recommend approval.
We'll go out to the public right now. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the council for this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council. We have a motion by Member Soria and a second from Member Bredefeld. Is there any, the screen is clear, is there any opposition to this item? There is none, and it passes unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, staff. We go now to item 3B, actions pertaining to consulting services. Department of Public Utilities. Let's do it again, right? Shall we? I'm sorry, I have 19 months left.
Department of Public Utilities. This item is a request to approve a consultant services agreement, Paleo West Archaeology, to provide paleontological and cultural resource monitoring services. Our project specifications for all of our major projects require under the mitigation measures in the Metropolitan Water Resource Management Plan require that we develop an ongoing mitigation plan out in the field. And so we've implemented those with a number of construction contracts. And as we've done so, we better understood the level of effort required. And so we took a look at it and determined that we can create a more efficient approach by doing this programmatically. So rather than incurring the cost on our construction contracts, if we do it programmatically, we think we can achieve savings. And with our proposal from Paleo West, we will have a single comprehensive mitigation monitoring plan for all of the major Recharge Fresno projects. The Paleo West team also is comprised of staff who are here locally, so they'll be able to respond and provide services across all of our projects rather than have separate consultants on each construction package. So the fee of $624,940 will be spread across the ongoing construction contracts for Fry and Kern as well as Kings River. We have ongoing contracts for regional transmission mains as well as additional construction contracts for that project and the upcoming Northeast 6 million gallon water storage tank. The funding is in the $429.1 million program. It's covered by SRF funding. We're not asking for additional funding for these services. And the appropriation in the RTM SRF loan is in the amount of $418,000 is needed to fund the agreement in this current fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll return it to council. The screen is clear.
Question. Is this mandate? I mean, you're trying to comply with federal and state requirements.
Right. It's mandated and it's covered in our environmental impact report that we must provide this monitoring during construction activity.
And if we didn't, what would be the result of that?
If we didn't do it,
yeah.
There's the possibility that there are items that could be discovered, that could be damaged, that aren't identified, and yes, it could be an impact to the project at that point.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Hey, woo! Councilmember Bredefeld, you don't want to hire a paleontologist?
No, I do not.
Do you want a full-time paleontologist?
Oh, goodness. Oh, wow. All right. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this agenda item? Seeing none, item carries unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, staff. Who is the motion and the second on this item? Oh, we don't have. I'll second. Oh, wow. All right. Item 3C now. This is a
very small consultant contract.
Oh, no. All right. Item the DPU, take it away.
So 2 weeks ago, I presented the semi-annual update on the Recharge Fresno program. As covered during that presentation, the overall program is on schedule, on budget, as committed to the community during the water increase process, and we're tracking well for startup of the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility in 2018. Our success in implementing the program has been significantly due to the support of CH2M as part of our integrated program management team. CH2M has brought expert project management, technical expertise, community relations, and construction management resources. Together, the city CH2M team continues to utilize project management processes, systems, and tools to effectively deliver this large infrastructure program. Fiscal year 18 CIP expenditures are projected to reach $195 million, with peak construction activity and staffing levels. Public Utilities worked with CH2M to negotiate the value of the contract amendment to a level that we recommend is appropriate to support and maintain the ongoing project delivery. Contract funding is within the $429.1 million rate plan, the approved CIP budget with SRF funding. No additional funds are being requested. It is recommended City Council approve Amendment Number 6 to the Professional Consultant Agreement CH2M for an amount not to exceed $13.6 million for fiscal year 2018 Program Management Services and extend the contract by 1 year through October 31st of 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public now. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and return it to council. Member Bredefeld.
Quick question. No, in all seriousness, I was reading through the staff report. There's a lot of things they do, but some of it wasn't clear to me because I mean it's so involved. I mean, can you kind of do a brief description? I mean, we're paying $13,600,000 specifically. Some of the things. I mean, there's a whole list in the staff report, but can you tell me generally what they're doing?
Right. So the program services. Okay. The program services, we've got a large construction program. We've designed projects, we've implemented them, but from the very beginning, we partnered with CH2M because in order to deliver a program this size and magnitude, there are significant non-construction activities, most of those related to project management, engineering, and construction management services. We typically deliver about $40 million of CIP each year. This year, we're projecting $195 million. And so with CH2M, we've been able to put in the systems, a project management information system that allows us to track our cost monthly. We project to the end of the projects. We analyze risks. That's one of the ways that we looked at, the paleo services and said, you know what, we can see that there's a better way to do this. We can reduce costs on the program. So we've developed system and tools that better manage projects. We're transferring those knowledge over to city staff as they are working together with the CH2M team. We are also relying upon CH2M to provide the construction management and inspection out in the field. So the city's Public Works Department does provide construction management services, but this is a huge increase for utilities as well as the Department of Public Works. And so right now we are in peak construction activity.
But they don't do any construction themselves.
No, they're not building anything.
Right.
That's correct. Okay. It was basically to bring on the systems and tools, develop our staff as well, and then staff augmentation allows us to staff up, build these projects, bring in that expertise for $160 million treatment plant as well as very large diameter pipelines, get them constructed, and then we offload those staff because we don't need them for the long term as we go back to basic.
How many people are affiliated with that company that are doing work for us? I mean, is it a large group of folks?
Yes, it's CH2M, but also comprised of sub-consultants, many of them local subs supporting our project. So, for example, in terms of construction, we might have a construction manager provided by CH2M, but we also have companies like Harris and Provo and Pritchard who are providing inspectors, special inspection by BSK who are local sub-consultants. So we have about 15 or so city staff, but altogether there are more than 50 staff touching these projects in various forms. Some in our program office, some in a construction office, some are working for local consultants who report to the job site to provide services and then leave.
And we don't have people to do this kind of work, right?
We do have staff that do similar work, but it's two things. One, these projects are technically complex. We don't build $160 million treatment facilities every day.
Right.
And the pipelines are, in terms of the Frank Kern and Kings River pipeline, are 60-inch and 72-inch diameter welded steel. It's not a material that it's not the standard water main. So yeah, they're technically complex, and we're not staffed to that level because we don't anticipate building these types of projects on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
And if I could, and Mr. Escada, if you could speak to this as well. In addition to providing the professional services that CH2M Hill is providing, they are also working and developing our own staff to manage projects in a completely different manner than what the city has managed complex projects in the past. And Mr. Escada, if you could speak to this a little bit, because I think it's an important component, because we've been here before where we've made investment in very large, complex projects, air terminals, for example, that did not go very well. And so when Mr. Escada came on board, we had a very long conversation about my expectation and approach to project management, which is not something that this organization was really familiar with. Mr. Escueta fortunately is, so CH2M Hill is bringing those resources and training our staff accordingly. So Tommy, if you could expand on that a little bit. Please.
Yeah, and it kind of goes parallel with the comment, the study you guys want to do. We are working with personnel right now to add more engineering staff to the city's program, and then we are bringing those people into the program office. They're out at the MSC, and they're getting trained on all of these. Where we really need some help is on project planning, project scoping, risk assessment. Get all that stuff defined first, then build your design projects around that, work with your contractors to build it. And so no surprises. We
Right.
it seems like we historically find surprises, and we want to eliminate all those surprises.
So they're helping train and sense
absolutely,
our staff. Okay.
Absolutely. We'll be stronger when this is over. Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries 6-0 unanimously. Thank you, staff. Item 3D now. This is also Department of Public Utilities. Yeah, you guys are kind of on a roll now.
See what I can do here. Good morning, Council President Olivier and members of the City Council. I'm Henry McLaughlin, Business Manager for the Water Division. Today, presented for your approval is the adoption of the 51st Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution that would increase the budget for the Water Connection Charge Fund by $681,700. The Water Connection Charge Fund has been established over the years to receive and disperse fees for the construction of infrastructure to connect properties to the water system. As part of the adoption of the FY17 budget, appropriations of approximately $1.9 million were included in this fund for connection-related projects. These were based on estimates of activity from prior years, and then we would increase them with a anticipated growth factor. The actual expenditures this year have exceeded this estimated amount, which we're attributing to higher than anticipated development activity. And these can include such projects as the Ulta project and high-speed rail. So for this, to cover these expenditures, we're requesting $631,700 in additional appropriations. And then in addition, on December 8th, 2016, you may remember adopting ordinance number 2016-53, which expanded the Water Connection Loan Fund to include funding for private service lines and well destruction, in addition to the existing deferral of water connection fees. A total of $50,000 is requested to cover any of these loans that might be made through the end of the fiscal year. Therefore, we're requesting the additional funding of $681,700 for a total of approximately $2.6 million in this fund to complete water system connection projects in FY17. This action will not have any impact to the general fund or the water ratepayers. The projects in the Water Connection Charge Fund are all fully funded through water connection fees paid for by developers and other customers. We recommend approval of this resolution and are available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll return to the dais. The screen is clear. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Item passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, staff. Item 3E now. Actions pertaining to Fire Station 20 remodel project, and this is the fire department along with Public Works. Welcome.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Debbie Bernard with the Department of Public Works Facilities Management Division. What you have before you is the request to adopt the 52nd Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution number 2016-118 to appropriate $887,100 to fully fund the Fire Station number 20 remodel project. Also adopt finding of categorical exemption pursuant to the provisions of Section 15301A of the California Environmental Quality Act, guidelines for the Fire Station number 20 remodel project. Grant relief to BC Construction and Electric from their submitted bid, and the award of a construction contract to DivCon Inc. of Clovis, California in the amount of $742,039 as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the Fire Station number 20 remodel. Fire Station number 20 was built in 1942 and is in a desperate need of upgrades. There have been additions and modifications previously made to the station throughout its history, which are now incompatible with daily activities and duties. This construction contract will allow firefighters to perform their jobs in a safer and more efficient manner. The apparent low bidder, BC Construction and Electric, submitted a request to withdraw their bid in accordance with Public Contract Code 5103. The bidder mistakenly left off two major components of the project in their bid, making their bid materially different than intended. Therefore, staff is requesting that Council adopt the 52nd Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution, adopt a finding of categorical exemption, grant relief to BC Construction and Electric, and award a construction contract to DivCon Inc. of Clovis, California in the amount of $742,039. The fire station is located in the county, and the project will be fully funded by the Fig Garden Fire Protection District. No general funds will be used. Staff's available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll return it to the council. Member Brandow, this is in your district. We have a motion to approve and a second. Member Capriolio.
City Manager, I had a question on this near $1 million upgrade. What is the funding source for that?
It's the Fig Garden Fire District, so the residents of the Fig Garden community are paying for the cost of these improvements.
Can we do that more often?
We'd be happy to include public safety facilities in future CFDs if that's the council's desire. We've been down that path before, but that was nothing that the council was willing to support at the time.
We'll look forward to your leadership on those issues as they come up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? No. Seeing none, the item carries 6-0. Thank you, staff. Item 3F now, approve the acquisition of 23.4 acres of fee simple land, and this is Public Works.
Good morning, council members and council president. Pete Caldwell, senior real estate agent for the Public Works Department. This item pertains to the right-of-way acquisition for Veterans Boulevard to add a new interchange and overcrossing to State Route 99 between Shaw Avenue and Herndon Avenue, as well as new city roadway improvements. Veterans Boulevard project is being funded through Measure C Tier 1 funds, citywide regional street impactment fees, state transportation improvement funds, regional transportation mitigation fees. This acquisition and project will not have any impact on the general fund. The property owner, Campos Family Trust, has agreed to the negotiated settlement of $2,637,500 for portions of the property as fee simple acquisitions and street right-of-way easements. The Campos property is located near Bullard Avenue alignment and Bryant on the west side of State Highway 99 in District Number 2. The city retained Kelly P. Stevens of Real Property Analysts to appraise the property. Mr. Stevens works under Larry Hopper. The property owner exercised their rights for a second appraisal and employed James Palmer, MAI, And Mr. Stevens and Mr. Harper both reviewed Palmer's appraisal to help in reaching the sales price for this acquisition. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And Member Brandow?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 3G, award a contract to VRPA Technologies, and this is Department of Public Transportation.
Council, doesn't appear that anybody is here, so we would respectfully request that we maybe take this item up after lunch.
Okay. Are folks from collective bargaining going to be able to participate in 2 hours? Okay.
Is it, just a quick question, City Manager, is it possible, and I mean, we don't usually adjourn till 12. I mean, I'm wondering if we want to be coming back at 1:30 just for that item, if we could possibly.
Oh, that's right. Well, we have a pretty robust closed session. So we're going to be here.
Okay.
Is there a way to contact the fax people?
We're in the process of trying to.
Okay.
What item is this last? Just take it.
What else have we got? I think we're done.
I could go ahead and announce the closed session because we need to allow for public comment on the labor items before going to closed session.
Okay.
Yes, in closed session, we have performance evaluation and negotiation concerning city attorney. We also have existing litigation, City of Fresno versus the United States of America, and also labor negotiations concerning Local 39, an existing claim from Local 39, and labor negotiation concerning FPOA basic and FPOA management. And we should allow for public comment on the labor items.
Okay. Can we go to public comment on the labor items right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Moving to the closed session item, public comment for the labor items. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll return it to council. Close public comment for the labor items. Thank you, City Attorney. All right, we'll just wait a few more seconds for them. I'm sure they're here, right, in the building somewhere. Okay, we'll wait. Council, let's wait for facts, and then that way we'll be able to have our agenda completely done.
Council, in consideration of your time, let me take a shot at it.
All right.
I have a little background in this area, so I think I can present the item.
All right.
The item before you today is to award a contract to VRPA to the amount of $437,735. It is to conduct the fixed route restructure public involvement program. As we had discussed previously, FACTS is considering, or we are considering, a major revision or restructuring of the entire FACTS fixed route system. Under Title VI, which is a Federal Transit Administration requirement, there is extensive outreach, especially to disadvantaged communities, that needs to be conducted and in order to effectively measure and objectively identify what potential impacts would be associated with restructuring, and mitigation steps or things that have to be implemented in order to address the service that may be lost to some communities. The contract with VRPA includes a modeling of ridership currently, and is pivots off of the work previous done by Jared Walker that most of the council is familiar with. The public outreach will involve community input as to the proposed changes, as well as effectively modeling what the impacts would be and suggestions that would be considered at the time by council to adopt the plan with those mitigation measures considered. Again, this is required under Federal Transit Administration Title VI, and we would recommend approval. Staff is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? I see two. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Rick Stites. I'm here representing Amalgamated Transit Union, which represents Fresno City bus drivers. I understand that this is an item that needs to proceed eventually, but I'm not happy up here with the timeliness of it. Give you a brief history. The Jarrett Walker study was done, I believe, some 4.5 to 4 years ago. A lot of the issues that I heard, well, there was one. I don't know whose name was on it. Okay, 3 years ago. I believe some of the issues that Mr. Rudd spoke to, that ridership modeling were done through that initial study by Jarrett Walker, and I'll learn then today. But as we go forward with this, the system does need to be improved and updated. I've been talking for at least 4 years that the system needs to be improved, the existing fixed route. I was given assurances in the past that as BRT went forward, that there would be committees formed to discuss and institute improvements in the fixed route system. One of those examples is the City Council Transit Committee. I believe we met about maybe 4 times. Very little was discussed, just barely scratched the surface. No implementations were done as a result, including the requested service to Inspiration Park. I'm more than frustrated in the delay, if it can be framed as a delay, but the lack of improvement to the fixed route service for the citizens of the city of Fresno. I believe that there's a recommendation that goes with this award as to whether to expand or to shrink the service. I think there needs to be extensive discussion on that, which would probably be precipitated by this action. I saw the staff stuff, recommendations, $437,000 though, folks. And you already have some information from the Jarrett Walker, which I'll be informed what did or did not include. Again, I understand that it needs to move forward, but I'm not happy with the timeliness of it. It needs to be accelerated. It should have happened a year ago. I would ask the council to give this item extreme consideration before approving it.
Thank you. Please come forward. Let's give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning once again, council members. My name is Graciela Lennis with Leadership Council for Justice Accountability. Just a quick comment regarding our concerns for, as shown in the downtown neighborhood community plans, where it showed that bus routes and bus lines would be retracted from already underserved neighborhoods that severely rely on getting to and from work on these public lines, and we're very much concerned when these neighborhoods already only have one line, and it's very, very difficult for them to get to and from to pick up their kids, to go to doctor's appointments, to go to work, and so forth. So we just wanted to make known that we will be following this study very closely, and we hope to collaborate with the consultant on this, and in particular the outreach efforts of them, making sure that community is meaningfully engaged and that their input is reflected in the outcome of this study. Thank you.
Can you please come forward? Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jesse Gonzalez. I live at 2436 South Rowell here in Fresno, District 5. I also represent the middle management supervisors over at Fresno Area Express. And, well, there's a lot of interesting information. The previous speaker was correct as far as talking about doctor appointments, as far as shrinking service. How many of you have ever been to a specialist that's within the inner city? Most of the specialists have now moved out to Herndon, Peach, up in that area where we don't even have bus service out to Herndon and Maple currently. We have expanded shopping, which is great, but it's out there at El Paseo. We have talks about a new shopping mall or district out over at Clovis and Tulare Avenue. We only currently have one route out there. If they shrink it, then what's going to happen. And that's just as a citizen. As far as representing the supervisors, well, I personally have seen what happens with a shrunk service. We currently are offering service till 1:32 in the morning. We're on shrunk routes. We have people who are stranded, asking for rides home because they get as far as downtown and they can't get to the west side, Kearney Boulevard, out towards that area. Majority of Soria's district isn't even served. The same thing goes for Mr. Brandow. For Mr. Capriola, a good portion of your district isn't served out towards the airport area. And so people can go up and down from north and south central Fresno, but they can't get home. Now, for me, if I was getting off late working at one of the Foster Farms facilities, we have a bus that gets kind of close, but maybe if I'm riding a bike, it'll be helpful, but I still won't be able to get all the way home. Now, with an Uber ride being $10 or $12 to get home, why would I want to take a chance on waiting at a bus stop at 1 in the morning or 12:30 at night when I can just take an Uber and get home safely? Another concern is the passengers. Currently on this new service, there aren't a lot of people getting off work that are riding it. There are a few people who are riding it. Of course, the first week was free, so we'll have more to tell this next week. But not a lot of working people have been riding it. But there are some that do ride the bus. But my concern is that our service should be able to help people who don't drive get to where they need to go and not force them to stay confined in a certain area. And at this time, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll return it to council. And Member Soria, you're punched up first.
Thank you, Council President. I share the same concerns that were raised by the three individuals in terms of what we are doing with shrinking the services. I understand that we want to increase or shorten the time that it takes to get people from destination A to destination B, but I think a lot of in particular my district, has gone highly underserved with public transit. I've continuously asked for the route to Inspiration Park, our newest, amenity for our community, which is an all-accessible park that continues to be inaccessible through public transportation. And so I know that there's support up here from my colleagues to make that happen. I'm not sure why, we haven't made a better effort to make that. I understand in looking at studying the need to, maximize the use of services, but I'm about, providing the appropriate access to all people in the various neighborhoods in our city. I know that the core, we're trying to strengthen the transportation within the core, but I still have the significant concern with what we're doing and what it will do by eliminating routes. So I'm curious to hear, if we are thinking about alternative solutions for kind of those last mile issues. I know that other communities have also struggled, or other cities have struggled with that issue and are becoming very creative with some are, other forms of connections and so forth to address the issue. But, I don't want to exacerbate the problem with folks not being able to, come to work downtown or, go access a specialist up north. So forth, especially because I represent people that live west of the 99. And so I'd like to really see those issues addressed and being considered as we're looking at shrinking our system to increase, our timing, in the system.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that from sitting here, it sounds like all that I've heard is actually support for what we are seeking to do. What this will do is to do the public outreach, do the examination of the impact in terms of what is proposed, and then there's the opportunity to tweak where possible, where budget allows. So, again, unless I'm hearing it differently, everything that was said is a part of the process that we are encouraging. We're encouraging that you take a look at what this does is gives us what this opportunity is for us to say, did we get it right again? Already there was public vetting, there was public information in the initial process for the routes. Now comes the time where, and I heard mention of delays and inaccessibility. So let me deal first with the delay in terms of the time of the process. The Federal Transit Administration says we have to go through this process. So then it had to be where we had to prepare a document that would get us the RFP to be able to measure what we're doing, to be able to say that we're not creating the disparate impact to any individual community. After that, then comes the tweaking of the map and the public comments that then will say, yes, we need to go farther, or yes, we need to beef up routes. All of those things are a part of what this process will do for us. So, again, I'm pretty sure I'm hearing it right, and for many of the comments, I agree. And because I agree, I'm encouraging the support of this process.
What's the time frame that you guys are looking at this taking place?
Well, we hope not for any kind of delays. As soon as we can get this approved, as soon as we can actually start the process, it should end up in concert with BRT, because at BRT is a time we need to make route changes. We will merge two routes, and then therefore we need to reconfigure. So it is an item that's time sensitive. It seems like there's going to be healthy debate and conversation in terms of what some of the recommendations might be. But again, that's the reason for this process.
So is it going to take 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months?
The process for them, if I recall, is like a 4 or 5 month process.
And how are we going to be doing the outreach?
There's a meeting scheduled in at least every council district. There will be a meeting with the transportation committee, and they also allow for time for other miscellaneous meetings with potential community groups and or advocates. Labor will be involved in those meetings.
So the bus drivers who are out in the trenches, you guys will go out and survey them to get kind of an assessment from their perspective as to what are the needs, or how are you guys getting the perspective?
Absolutely. Let me say that again, I wasn't there, but my appreciation for what has happened so far involved a broad range of input. So that broad range of input will continue. I think another thing that from a veteran transit professional, the only way you get good routes is through the amount of input from all sources. So we're not looking to find out who we exclude. The whole idea is who do we include, and that's what this process does.
So maybe one suggestion, and I don't know if you guys already have this, on your buses, maybe carrying some little note cards, suggestions on how you guys can improve, or what is it that the bus riders that are using right now need, because that's one segment. Then there's another segment of population that doesn't use the bus because they don't find it helpful or that it's going to get them to their destination. So I think there's different segments of the population that we definitely need to target and get the input so that we're building a system that works for everyone.
You're absolutely right. And then there's also some other realities where some people say, yeah, I'll catch the bus, take me to, whatever the possible destination is. We look at the ridership numbers and we say, okay, fine. For us, not only is it a matter of trying to provide the service, but it's also a matter of trying to be prudent with the dollars that we do have. So therefore, it becomes always this balancing act between the financial portion of it and what we think may be a right or possibly good thing to do. So we're constantly in that battle. We're constantly looking at, yes, how far can we go? How much more service can we provide? All those things are important to us, but being prudent and making sure that we can support that financially is just as important to us.
Yeah, and I think that those are things that this council also needs to consider as we're looking at new development and how the city is growing. That's going to continue to impact and make this issue even harder, right? Because as we continue to grow, if people move out, further out, we know that the access to services then is much more more minimal.
Yes, becomes diluted. So the guiding document the guiding document for service changes was also the city plan. We want to make sure that whatever happens is in conformance with the city plan. So again, it's a balancing act.
And I think it's getting creative too. I think that others, big cities are doing things to address kind of the last mile issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I think it's being creative.
Absolutely.
So I will be, if this item gets support, I will be tracking it carefully. I know that, as I said, I've expressed my concerns. I hope that you guys continue to work, as you've mentioned, with those that are providing the service, which are our drivers. And that we really take into account the different perspectives and try to come up with the best plan to serve the needs, at least of the majority of the folks, so that we're providing a good quality service.
Yeah, we will. But again, I want to make sure that we're clear that there's nothing we can do without this process first. This is first base. There's nothing we can do without this process. The FTA mandates it. So even before we talk about any change, BRT can't just be hold our hand up and say this is our good product, this is our good service piece. What this seeks to do is talk about how do we create a network to support that good service, which will be BRT. So again, in order to get any of this done, this document, this piece, this legislation has to come first.
I'll make a motion.
Approve?
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to thank staff for you don't have to stand up. I mean, I don't have any questions for you. I just want to thank you for the good work you do. I know, it's no secret that the department that I'm most critical of is our fax department, and it's and yet I still maintain an excellent relationship with the people over there, from the drivers to the director of the department. It's because we're able to retain that relationship because we care very much for the ridership, and that goes for the folks from ATU as well, who come up here and regularly advocate for the riders, which is very refreshing and appreciated. And of course, the Bus Rapid Transit program goes through my district and also District 5. So I've always had a real interest in transit. I know I speak to Mr. Rudd all the time about transit. In terms of these kinds of public involvement types of activities that we do, I remember the general plan meetings and some other meetings in the 7th district where there were more city staff than citizens that come out to these meetings. They're typically very, 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 very poorly attended meetings, just because folks are busy. People are real busy and don't have time to participate in these kinds of things. And I think that ridership in this case is a good gauge of where people are at with facts. People vote by riding the bus, and they're not going to have time to go out to these meetings. And so I would like to. I do believe that the $438,000 is a little too much for this consulting service. It would be my ask to go back and redo this and try and find a better value for the the bus riders and also for the city. I think that it's just too much money. Would like to learn more. Would like to perhaps take. I don't know if you can read my mind and kind of figure out where I'm at. I just think it's too much money. I'm now. I just think it's too much.
Can we use the money for anything else? Is this specific money for the purposes of planning and outreach?
Go ahead and just speak up.
Let me do the first part first in terms of the pricing. So there were three proposers, and the proposers were $20,000 apart. So it gave us a sense that that's what the market is bearing for this kind of study. Initially we had the same reaction when the first one came out, and I got a call that said, wow, it's 400 and whatever thousand. After they're opening the second and the third, and we saw the range, it appears that's just where it is, where the cost is in the marketplace. And it's not just a going out and saying, okay, how do you feel about the bus system? There's an analysis that takes place, and that analysis is typically pretty comprehensive. And as I recall, the software is even extremely expensive in order to do the analysis. So essentially, that's what we're paying for, and essentially that's what the market is demanding.
Okay.
If I could, Council. I hope the council appreciates, and I think you do because of the comments that you've made today, this morning, as well as in the past. What we are proposing to do is a complete restructuring, an overhaul of the existing fax system. Pretend like you don't even have a public transit system right now, and all you have is a map of the city of Fresno, and somebody's going to start a new bus system. This is essentially what we're proposing to do, because as Councilmember Soria pointed out, and I appreciate her comments related to the general plan, whether it's the lack of infrastructure in Highway City, or there's not an interchange at Veterans Boulevard, or there's no bus service out to a park or out to El Paseo or out to State Center Community College District facility that's located at Copper and International. Historically, the challenge for the department in the system and for the riders, and why it is inconvenient for the riders because it takes them forever to get from point A to point B, is that the system has historically been piecemealed. And when I mean by piecemealed, development has occurred outside the service area of fax, and as a result, fax starts chasing that development. There was no service out to River Park because there was no River Park. River Park got built. There was no service out to Woodward Park. The furthest north they went, back when I had darker hair, was Shaw Avenue, and then one or two routes that went out to St. Agnes. That's as far north as they went. And on the weekends, they didn't even go that far north. And so what has happened over time is that the system has been piecemealed. We add a little piece over here to get out to this one location because someone developed River Park, or we completely extended everything we operated in order to get to River Park, which just meant that trip that used to get to the north end of town took a lot longer now because the north end of town was 5-6 miles north of what it used to be. And as a result of that, travel patterns have changed. Doctor's appointments are now in the north end of town or in different places of town than what they used to historically be. Hospitals, you have Kaiser, St. Agnes, they're all located north of Herndon. And then you have schools, as I mentioned. State Center Community College District put a campus at a Copper and International. So let me finish. So we've had conversations over the years over coverage, extended out to a park, extended out to El Paseo, extended out to here. But then I also have the same conversations about how inconvenient it is and how ridership has dropped because of the inconvenience. You have riders coming in and telling you it takes me an hour and a half, 2 hours to get someplace. So what this study will do, and what this firm is being hired, and it's not a study, it is to basically go out to the community and say, here are some ideas, or here are some proposals to restructure the program to make it more convenient. But at the same time, we also are going to be listening as to Well, we like the convenience, but we also probably would like you to consider the following. And so some of the following will be, do you run out to a park west of 99? How do you serve the neighborhoods west of 99? And that study will come back, and these recommendations will come back at the end of the year, and council, in conjunction with the department, will look at what they can afford to do based on what has also changed in the last year or last 2 years, is the amount of revenue that's available from the state to operate. We were looking at a cost-neutral program about a year ago, but cost-neutral may be different now as a result of the additional resources provided through the state of California. So as Mr. Marshall pointed out, this is the first step of a very long conversation that this council has requested, ATU has requested, and more importantly, our ridership, our community has requested that we have. We'll be back at the end of the year with recommendations. There will be constant dialogue going on with the Transit Committee as to what those changes might be, and then will these changes, can they be sustained over the long term? But under FTA regulations and requirements, you have to do this in order to measure, effectively, objectively measure the impact that any change may have on a disadvantaged community. So that's why this item is before you today.
What is the exact requirement? They're requiring that 10 public meetings must be held, or 1,000 surveys must be filled out. We keep being told the federal government is requiring. Are they requiring us to spend $438,000?
You need to go out. You need to have public comments. You need to have public community engagement, and you have to model. And they're using a software system to model. Okay, this is your ridership currently. This is the impact, and this is who you will impact.
Okay, because I'm just that. Okay, but the Jared
Walker
study that was done a few years ago is not this.
No.
This is something completely different.
You have to take now the Jared Walker recommendations and go out and meet with the community as to the impact of those changes.
Okay. I'm just curious because I know that Councilmember Soria does a lot of robust community meetings. And when I first joined this council, I did a ton of community meetings. We put these community meetings together at no cost. Just what our staff is able to do and what we're able to do. We can put these meetings together and we can do a robust, good community meeting, and it costs nothing. Why can't, in this case, our fax department do that? Why does there have to be this kind of expenditure? Because look, I buy it. An engineering or a paleontologist or something, that's something that is a specialized thing. Having a meeting and asking people to fill out a survey, does that require $500,000 or $450,000? And I'm thinking it doesn't. And I've seen in recent meetings that have been held in my district that I have, if I put out a flyer or go on Facebook or do mail that says Chief Jerry Dyer coming to your neighborhood to talk about crime, boom, I can get 75 people there. Now, we recently mailed out 1,000 cards about rental housing, and there have been more staff from District 7 office than actual community members that have been interested in rental housing, which to me sends a message that people out in the district are interested in talking with our police chief and our police department about crime, but really don't care or don't have the time to engage with city staff about rental housing. I believe that to be true. So in this case, and it's happened twice where there have been more District 7 staff than there have been citizens, but the housing managers and the whole housing department has been at these meetings, and we're all sad because 2 people show up. So in terms of talking about the bus service, why can we not survey them as they're boarding the bus at Manchester Transit Center? I mean, I'll do it, and I'll do it for free. If I can ask my constituents about the bus service on a 10-question survey while they're waiting for a bus.
Are you sure you want to do it for free and go out there for hours?
I'll do it for free. And it's, Member Brando says half price. This is not. So this just seems to me that this is that will the federal government honor the surveys that I go out and gather, or do they have to be $440,000 from a consultant? I mean, where Because nobody's going to come to these public meetings unless it says Chief Dyer talking about the fax system and crime. Then they'll come. But if it's some consultant people are busy.
So let me at least deal with a part of what you're asking. What the FTA wants to know is that a reasonable sample of people were contacted, that they were part of the process. So for a council person to say, fine, I'm holding a meeting, and again, all that stuff has to be documented. The FTA can then come back and say, okay, well, tell me how you ensure that low income and that minorities were participating. So this is what the consultant will do, but I think I don't want to get lost in the idea that that's all they do is outreach. It's a lot more than outreach for this process. It's also the analysis piece, and the analysis piece is a big piece to this process. The other piece to it is once the analysis is done, here's this independent group that says, okay, guess what? Here's what we recommend, here's where we are, and then begins to promote that piece. What we find is even the promotion of that piece easily can be a $150,000 to $250,000 promotional piece.
Can you break out for us how much of this is the outreach and how much of this is the consulting service in terms of dollars?
That outlines when they're going to be doing outreach, the analysis, and then even after, I think there's branding that is going to be taking place to encourage the new, whatever we come up, the new structure. It's on the...
okay. I'm just gonna call for the question.
So, can I just add something, Council President?
Sure.
So,
when you're done, we're gonna vote because we have to go to lunch.
If we're looking at the staff report, so there's no impact to the general fund, and this contract is federally funded by the Federal Transit Administration Planning Grant. So this is kind of what the money is supposed to be used for. It's not money that we could go and utilize to pave a street or to put more buses, but it's for planning purposes.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll make again the motion to support this. I do want to ask you guys, though, that you guys work with our labor groups, work with our bus drivers. I would like to hear that they are engaged. As far as I know, they feel that they haven't been engaged in the process. I think they're also a very valuable resource. They're the ones that are out there on the trenches serving and seeing what are some of the needs. And so it would be also great to have their input and perspective as we are looking at that. I'd suggest that you tell, I don't know if the consultants are here, but that, and if they're watching the hearing, that they think outside the box in terms of community outreach. I know that my colleague mentioned that sometimes when we do these, community events that are just for planning purposes and just maybe for bus services, people don't show up. Be creative about it, put surveys on those bus routes that are highly utilized. Work with Fresno Parent University. They already have a group of, of constituents that they work with. So you could survey them. I'm sure that those are a lot of the folks, their kids are using the bus. So let's be creative so that we are actually doing a robust outreach that will really help us figure out what kind of system we can build as we move forward.
Will do. Thank you.
Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, just a couple comments. City Manager, you said, this helps in terms of overseeing and developing the plan. But I'd be more supportive of that if we had no bus service in place. I mean, we do. We've learned, like you said, we put out bus system in River Park as it developed, in Woodward Park, and there's bus service now. Councilmember Soria talked about needing service for Inspiration Park. She's aware of that. I'm just troubled whenever we do these outreaches, and we've talked about this before. We voted down contracts where we do this outreach. It troubles me to spend this kind of money. I share the concern that the council president has expressed. $500,000. I know not all of it is for outreach, and I just think it can be done a whole lot cheaper. And that's my trouble. But I hear what you're saying.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Let's vote electronically. Item fails. 2 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. Let's come back at 1:30 for closed session. Thank you.
So, Council, to clarify, we'll be going into closed session directly at 1:30. Then we will not be back out here until the 4 o'clock item.
That's correct, City Attorney. Thank you.
Out of your words, you have to be like, Rabbi Zerkheim.
You got Gary to do it. Hey, Steve. Ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to Fresno City Council. Our 4 o'clock item is a resolution implementing the public display of our national motto, "In God We Trust," inside the Fresno City Council chambers on the wall behind the dais. This is being brought forward by City Council member from District 6, Gary Bredefeld. Just a couple of items of housekeeping so that everyone here knows how tonight's meeting is going to work. We have 29 cards, and then, of course, there are some folks who have not turned in cards who may be moved to speak sometime during the public comment period. Typically, Fresno City Council gives 3 minutes to speak. At 30 cards plus, well, if we just did 30 cards at 3 minutes, that's 90 minutes of public comment. I know that there are signs posted that in extraordinary situations, such as this one right here, that it's the prerogative of the council to reduce the time for public speech. And so we've gone ahead and done that. It can't be 90 seconds because we can't set the clock for 90 seconds. So each speaker is asked this evening in deference to and out of respect for everyone's time of all the folks who came out tonight to keep their comments to 2 minutes. It's the difference between 90 minutes of public comment and 60 minutes of public comment. That's not to say that what you have to say this evening is not important or does not have value. It's just that in an effort to be respectful of everyone. everyone's time. So the first thing that you'll see this evening is a presentation by the maker or by the sponsor of this item. So Councilmember Bredefeld will do a short presentation explaining his agenda item. After that, you'll hear me go out to the public. We'll open up public comment, and then we'll start through these cards. After I'm through calling folks, and each person will be kept to 2 minutes this evening. After I'm through calling folks, I'll say, is there anyone else? Usually, we're going to get at least a handful of folks who forgot or weren't able to fill out a yellow card who will wish to speak. After public comment is closed and there are no more speakers, we'll return it to the City Council, and council members will debate and discuss this item. And when that discussion is over, we'll call for a vote. We'll vote electronically. So up on the board behind me, you will be able to see which council member voted which way. And so with that, we're going to begin our council meeting, and we'll turn it over to Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council President. And first of all, thank you all for being here. I know you got plenty of places to be. I want to thank everybody for all the feedback we've gotten, all the support. It has meant a lot to me personally, and I'm personally very grateful. I want to share with you why I brought this forward and why I'm bringing it forward. I became aware of In God We Trust and coming into council chambers. I mean, I've seen them like most of you have, but I got an email from a councilwoman in Bakersfield, and she's been very supportive of this, has been pushing this forward. They had done it in Bakersfield, and you can see some of the images up there. And I thought, why not Fresno? Why can't we do that in our chambers here? And I looked into it and discovered that there are 650 cities throughout the country that have done In God We Trust in their chambers, 131 in the state of California, 7 in Fresno County have done it. And if we do it today, Fresno would be the latest and the largest city to adopt our national motto. In God We Trust. Let me say a couple of things. You know, Thomas Jefferson talked about a creator in the Declaration of Independence. He said, we have inalienable rights given to us by our creator. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when he said creator, for me, I think he was talking about God. And in the Star Spangled Banner in 1812, they allude to In God We Trust. It's been on our coins since 1864. 1956, President Eisenhower signed into law that In God We Trust was our national motto. And in 2011, the House of Representatives, if they can agree on anything, we know they all can't agree on something, but only 9 people voted against reaffirming our national motto in this country. 396 representatives adopted it. In God We Trust is simply about faith, values, and patriotism. It is not choosing one religion over another. I would never support that. I don't think anybody up here would support that. It's about our heritage. And I want to read to you what President John F. Kennedy said in 1961 at a prayer breakfast. He said, "No man who enters upon the office to which I have succeeded can fail to recognize how every president of the United States has placed special reliance upon his faith in God. While they came from a variety of religious backgrounds and held a wide variety of religious beliefs, each of our presidents in his own way has placed a special trust in God." He went on to say, faith is more powerful than doubt, that hope is more potent than despair. And he concluded his comments at this prayer breakfast by saying, "The guiding principle and prayer of this nation has been, is now, and ever shall be, in God we trust." Now, people challenge and have challenged our national motto. And it's been decided in the courts over and over, from the Supreme Court to the Court of Appeals. And they have said, quote, "It is quite obvious that the national motto and the slogan on coinage and currency, In God We Trust, has nothing whatsoever to do with the establishment of religion. Its use is of a patriotic or ceremonial character and bears no true resemblance to a governmental sponsorship of a religious exercise. While ceremonial and patriotic may not be particularly apt words to describe the category of the national motto, it is excluded from the First Amendment significance because the motto has no theological or ritualistic impact. As stated by the congressional report, it has spiritual and psychological value and inspirational quality. The Supreme Court noted that the national motto does not violate the Establishment Clause. Another legal case said the proposition that government may not communicate an endorsement of religious belief is not violated by the national motto. Now, people have said we shouldn't do this because the city will be sued. And again, as I've said, this has been decided in the courts over and over that the national motto does not violate your right to have faith, to believe in God, because it doesn't promote religion. And if we adopt it in our chambers, it will not promote any religion. It does not say in Christianity we trust. It does not say in Judaism we trust. It does not say in Islam we trust. It says in God we trust. And that means a lot of things to different people. Now, some have said we shouldn't do this because we may get sued. Well, I want to tell you that there is an organization called the Pacific Justice Institute that spoke before the Court of Appeals, have been very involved in winning these issues before courts, and have said and sent us a letter and said they routinely provide counsel to elected officials and city attorneys on issues involving invocations at governmental meetings of artwork, such as the display of the national motto in council chambers. And in their legal analysis, they've summarized by saying, in sum, the constitutionality of the national motto has been established in this jurisdiction, as well as every court across the country which has had occasion to rule on this matter. If this city council passes the proposed resolution and we are sued, they will represent the city for $1. So the whole issue about fear of being sued, I think, goes away with that. I don't think there's anybody that we would want better representation than the Pacific Justice Institute. Now, I want to say a couple other things too. I have been very criticized for my comments saying that this is about faith, values, and patriotism. In fact, we received a letter from the Central Valley Alliance of Atheists and Skeptics, and they quoted a YouTube video that I put out. And the quotes that I said, which are true, I said it's about faith in God, it's about patriotism. It's about making sure we're always reminded in the People's Chamber that we consider God and those values when we're making important decisions affecting this city. In God we trust is about faith. I don't think we can dispute that. The more we've gotten away from God and faith and values, the more our country and society have slipped backwards. The point I'm making is that the more we think about things larger than ourselves, the more we incorporate faith and consider God, I personally believe the better all of us who are in positions of leadership and responsibility will make decisions that affect our community. Now, that is my quote, and I don't back down from it. I think that all of us should, if you are a believer and you have faith in God, shouldn't be ashamed of it. And because there is a vocal minority that want to take God out of our beliefs, we shouldn't be silent about that. And in God we trust simply is about faith, values, and patriotism. And I think for too long, I think for too long, the silent majority has allowed the vocal minority to silence them. And I want to share with you a letter that we just received a little while ago, and I think it sums it up. It said, "Oh my God," literally, from a constituent. "It's frightening that the councilman is on the receiving end of the hateful rhetoric from the community. And it's become frightening for all of us to feel free to voice our opinions in this city, state, and country." I think that needs to change. Now, the arguments against putting "In God We Trust," our national motto, on the wall, as 650 other cities have done, 131 cities in California, is that it's promoting religion. I think it's clear it's not promoting any religion. I don't support that, and I never would. They say we should be working on important issues, more important issues than this. Well, let me tell you something. We spent all morning. Here was our agenda, okay? And we talked about roads, public safety, contracts, police, a myriad of things you can't even imagine. And we do it every day. They're not mutually exclusive. That's a bogus argument. We shouldn't be spending any taxpayer money. We're not going to. It's privately funded. The video I did is privately funded. And already I've had 2 or 3 people who said, if you put this up, if this is adopted, I will pay for it. So no taxpayer money. And I want to say something. I want to say, you know, every council meeting, including today, we have a representative from the faith community, and we all invite them every week. And they come, and you know what they pray for? They pray for us to have wisdom, to have faith through God, that we make solid decisions on behalf of all of these people, all of the people that are not here. And sometimes they mention their religion, and sometimes they don't. And we all stand, and I see all of us stand up and we pray. And I see people in the audience, and some stand up and pray, and some don't. And then we pledge that allegiance to that flag. And some stand up out there, and some don't. And because some don't, does that mean we should take down our flag? Should we take this flag down because they may be offended by that? I think not. And should we not have prayer because some people object to it? Well, since I've been here, we have prayer every Thursday morning, and people always pray. I pray for faith. I pray for wisdom in these folks. I pray that God directs them to make good decisions for us. So I hope today that this council sends out a very strong, unifying message. It's not a divisive message of saying, God, we trust. To Fresno, to the Central Valley, that Fresno loves its country, that they're a faithful people, and not everybody is. We're all inclusive, whether you believe the same way or not. That's the beauty of our country. That's the beauty of this country. We can be different. We don't have to believe alike. But there are plenty of people who do believe and are faithful and love our country and have solid values and are patriotic. And in God we trust is what that represents. So I hope that's what we see after we get this adopted. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution.
Councilmember, I'll second your motion.
Thank you, Member Bredefeld. At this time, we will go out to the public. Again, I have about 35 cards now, and asking folks to keep their comments to 2 minutes or less. What I'll do is I'm going to get through the first few cards, then I'm going to call about 4 or 5 names at a time. And in the interest of time, typically what folks do is they'll line up in the aisle, and then that way it's just a more efficient system. So we'll begin with our former mayor, Alan Autry.
I think that was done on purpose, Councilman. I think Clint got to it too quick. I'm just really excited for you all today, for the great opportunity you have. Gary talked about kind of the history and the God we trust. I'm going to quickly try to get on that 2-minute mark here. But in God we trust, Gary talked about it, reliance upon God was in our founding documents. Declaration of Independence, endowed by our Creator with inalienable rights, of which a life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, followed up by the Constitution, which said we're going to do this Constitution to secure the blessings for future generations. Then went on to enumerate 10 rights that were given by God, not by man. That's why they call it the Great Experiment. Every government heretofore was man decided what we get, the people get, as rights. And then it followed up in 1864, right in the middle. That's a quick 2 minutes. In 1864, in Civil War, was the first time it appeared on our money. And the reason was the North wanted to show that God was on their side because of the slavery issue. It was inconsistent with the godly principles that were included in that Constitution. Then you fast forward to 1956, when a congressman from Florida stepped into these chambers and said, which, by the way, Florida's state motto is "In God We Trust." But it was right in the midst of the Cold War when a godless regime in Russia started communism, taking over the world and slaughtering millions because man, were making up rules and morality. And this congressman wanted to draw a distinction between America and that godless system. Then you flash forward to 2001 when we were in these chambers. A lot of you were here. When we came in here, we prayed after 9/11. At the Congress, all the congressmen, some that had never prayed before, held hands and prayed. In 2002, it was reaffirmed, 376-9, I believe it was, to reaffirm it. Now, if you notice, through all of those, our country was in a very difficult time, and we cried out to God. Right now, I happen to think our country is the most divided it's ever been in my lifetime. And you have an opportunity right now to fall in line with that great lineage of making the statement, in God we trust, not as a divisive thing, but as a unifying thing, as a unifying power as it's always been in the history of this country. So, as the many pray for you every time you open the council meeting, I pray for you, that wisdom for you all again today to do the right thing. God bless you.
Thank you, Mayor Autry. And now former council member, Chris Matisse.
Thank you very much. I'll make this brief. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Bredefeld for bringing this very important issue to us. American history has demonstrated repeatedly that our nation was founded on Christian principles, and our founding fathers acknowledged God's trust in government buildings and public gathering places. These important words are our nation's song and are in the song, The Star-Spangled Banner. President Thomas Jefferson, in his day was accused as being secular, wrote, "The God who gave us life gave us liberty at the same time, and asked, can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are of God?" The Bible says, "It is better to trust the Lord than to put confidence in man. It is good for me to draw near to God. I have put my trust in the Lord God, that I may declare all thy works." And finally, "The fear of man brings a snare, but whoever puts his trust in the Lord shall be safe." And in conclusion, thank you very much again.
You still have, council member, you still have 1 minute.
Oh, okay, thank you. In addition, a former Secretary of State, Chase, said, "No nation can be strong except in the strength of God, or safe except in his defense. The trust of our people in God shall be declared." Unfortunately, many Americans have lost confidence in our government and our values, and we're under constant attack. Our children can no longer pray in schools, and we can no longer display our Christian symbols in public places. I believe this is wrong. Some here today will say that these words violate the separation of church and state. The statement, "In God we trust," gives us all the past to have trust in our faith, regardless of beliefs or values or our religion. Please don't let the threat of litigation or other ultimatums impact your decision today. We have put our faith and support in you as leaders and mentors, and I respectfully ask you today to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. When you hear the tone means that you still have a minute remaining. So basically the tone chimes at halftime, and then you can continue. And then you'll hear like a double tone, and that's the signal for time's up. I'm going to call one more elected official, Bakersfield City Council Member Jackie Sullivan. Please come forward, followed by Nancy Greaser, Beverly Fitzpatrick, and Jim Franklin.
Greetings, council members. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Jackie Sullivan. I am the longest serving city council member in Bakersfield history, just re-elected for another 4-year term. Thank you. I'm a patriot. I love God, I love country. And I know that's why my constituents have the confidence in me that they do. But I am here from Bakersfield, and the hat that I'm wearing tonight is I am the founder of In God We Trust America. So thank you for inviting me, Gary. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here. I want to quickly give you an idea how this all started. I have my office in my home, listening to the local Christian radio station. At the top of the hour, I heard on the news that there was a small group back east opposing objecting to the national motto on one of the public buildings. So there I was, all by myself in the office, and I was offended that they were offended. And I thought, well, my goodness, I know how city government works. I'm one of the decision makers in our city. So I thought, well, fine, they are working to take down our motto. I'm going to work to put up our motto. Thank you. Thank you. I believe in electing people that have a strong faith in God. And Gary, I have loved listening to your words. You are a true patriot. I'm proud of you. We need many of you in every city and county in our country. But it was on our agenda, and it passed. Of course, we even had picketers there from San Francisco that night in Bakersfield. So at that point in the history of this movement, it was really very scary. We had not yet heard from the Pacific Justice Institute saying how legal this effort was and that they would defend us free of charge, anyone in the country, if there was a legal issue. But anyway, it was in the paper. Cities around Bakersfield started following our lead. Started also. Is it 2 minutes are up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyway, I'm thrilled to be here. Gary, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of each one of you. I'm here tonight to encourage all of you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And also one more item of housekeeping for folks who are standing along the wall in the back. If you wish to sit down, there is plenty of seating upstairs in the third floor gallery. So there is seating up there for folks who are standing in the back. And I thank you. Nancy Greaser, when you come forward, please give your name and address for the record, and you'll have the 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Greaser. My address is 1626 East Salem, which is in Council District 6. I'm here to ask you to vote no on this measure. I'm not going to belabor the points that are going to be made. I simply want to say, first, I strongly believe in the separation of church and state. I also believe in communication. When someone says something, the communication is not through what the person says, it's what's heard by the person receiving the message. If I were to come into these council chambers as someone who believes in a religion other than Christianity, or as a non-believer, and sees the words, "In God we trust," in bold letters above the seated people who are in power, here's how I would interpret this. Those of us who are in power have a strong belief in God. People with other beliefs are not welcome here. I have a question for Councilmember Bredefeld. In your op-ed piece, and you repeated it again today, no public funds will be used to pay for this should it pass. So my question, in the interest of transparency, is who are the top 3 funders of this? Who would pay for it?
Ms. Greaser, Ms. Greaser, for you and for everyone else, it's the rule of the House to direct your comments to the chair.
Okay.
And I think that Councilmember Bredefeld will be happy to answer that when we come back and it's his turn to talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have Beverly Fitzpatrick, Jim Franklin, and Juan Avitia. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, Beverly Fitzpatrick, 6046 North Phelan Avenue. I'm in Steve Brandau's district, but I attend church in Gary's district. And I'm a proud Unitarian Universalist. I serve on the Board of Trustees there, and I was very happy that we were able to write a letter in opposition of this resolution. And I feel that it's not taking into consideration the diverse community we have here in Fresno. And I'm sorry, but I agree with everything Nancy said. And when somebody walks in here and sees that does not use the word God to describe their higher power, They will not feel welcome in this city. And I know that's what you're trying to do. And I'm sorry, but I don't agree.
Thank you, Jim Franklin, Juan Avitia, and Jim Grant.
Jim Franklin, the senior pastor, Cornerstone Church, 1545 Fulton. Thank you for taking this up, council members. We talk about diversity. I'm so glad that this is a diverse community that we live in. The House of Representatives has this phrase up above the Speaker of the House. You don't get more diverse than the House of Representatives. That represents this entire country. They've crossed this barrier. As to the statement of if God is placed on the wall, you've already mentioned the fact that you pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God, indivisible. So there then is that aspect of it. On our coinage is the phrase e pluribus unum. Out of the many become one. What makes us a nation? Is it the color of our skin? No. Is it the accent of our speech? No, or you would all be speaking Okie. Is it how much money we have in our pocket? No. The thing that our founding fathers recognized that brings diversity together is a common thread. That common thread then is those things such as our motto, our patriotism, our flag. Those are the things that unite us, the principles of the Constitution. Our founding fathers again said that it was based upon recognition that our rights come to us from our Creator. To move away from that is to move away from the foundation that this country was founded upon, this unique experiment that has now lasted for 200 plus years. It's not about religion. It really is about that moral fiber that we've recognized in this country from its very beginning. I don't want to see anybody denied representation by any means. Someone said, well, let's put it in several languages. Well, I'm a Cherokee. There's Cherokees here in this county. But if you put it in so many, who are you going to leave out? You can't put them in all. That's why we have an official language. Not that English is better than any other language or that it represents any other way. It's the fact that that is the official language that is recognized. That's why our street signs are in that. So I move that you, or I ask that you vote in favor of this for the sake of not being diverse.
Juan Avitia, Jim Grant, Mark Boyd.
My name is Juan Avita, 1365 with Sean. You're placing In God We Trust in this chamber is an act of extremist right-wing racism. Flat out racism. I do care what people believe because their beliefs and their actions have consequences. Now, a secular society is a more tolerant society. Look at places like Saudi Arabia. Look at groups like ISIS. And let me bring it home. Look at the Ku Klux Klan. Now, Mr. Bredefeld, Councilor Bredefeld, I don't know if he's a member of the Ku Klux Klan, never has been, Lee Brand, or any of you out there for that fact. But I can tell you one thing. When you put hoods and when you put people burning crosses and they're talking about Jesus saves, now we got problems. Fresno ranks at the bottom of some of the most embarrassing lists in America. You claim to be a modern city, an inclusive city? This is going to put us at the bottom once again. We're going to be the butt of that joke again. You think this is going to be inclusive? You claim this is patriotism? Not for non-believers, not for atheists, and not for people who are free thinkers. I'm letting you know right now, you're setting Fresno back. And I hope you consider this. And you may vote yes, but I think you'll regret it. Mark my words.
We have Jim Grant, Mark Boyd. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you also have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jim Grant. I live at 4098 West Harvard Avenue in Fresno. I am a member of the Interfaith Alliance of Central California, and I am the Social Justice Director for the Diocese of Fresno. I probably believe in God as much as anybody except Pope Francis, but that's beside the point. What I have an issue with that I really think we would consider today is the appropriateness of using that theme in God We Trust here in these chambers. but I would have an alternative that I'd like to offer. 3 things have been said today that make me convinced we should use the one I'd proposed. It's the one that's in the letter that the IACC sent to the council, and justice for all. The binder idea that was brought up by Gary, that there are so many things you have to discuss every day, I'm all in favor of you thinking on every one of those bills you're looking at and every issue, and justice for all. Then there was the issue of talking about the current situation in our country calls for tremendous faith in God. I think it calls for justice. And what's going on nationally, for me, becomes an alert to the need for us to be much more aware of justice being in front of every bill that's considered, such as about the health bill, such as about the environment, and such as about most things going on. The third thing that was brought up is the Congress could give us an example of the diversity of what the United States is all about. It is a very actually non-diverse community of people, and they are not necessarily representative of this country. And I think we could do better to not follow 650 places that might have In God We Trust, but become the first city that puts and justice for all, so that justice is enacted in this building.
We have Mark Boyd. Is it Rick Nadir? And Larry Arce. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Mark Boyd. I am located at 961 North Safford. I am the Central Valley Alliance of Atheists and Skeptics president. E pluribus unum was this nation's first motto. It was created by our founders. It was approved by Congress, the very first Congress of this nation, as part of the Great Seal of the United States. It is on every coin in your pockets. We should not be using In God We Trust because it is a divisive slogan. Does the Fresno City Council represent all of Fresno's citizens, or does it only represent those citizens that it prefers, the religious ones? The First and the 14th Amendments give equal protection under the law. What this means is that under these amendments, the state clearly cannot favor one religion over another, and the state cannot favor religion over non-religion. This has been upheld in the courts, for example, in the case of American Humanist Association versus the United States. And if Mr. Bredefeld had made this proposition quietly with no comment, if it had been voted into law, here at the City Council without comment, this would have just happened because it would have been a secular statement that was theologically meaningless. Mr. Bredefeld's attempt to make this theologically meaningful has imperiled this council for possible future legislation. Thank you.
We have Rick. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes. Rick Nadir. Did I say your last name correctly? I can't read the handwriting.
I write badly. My name is Rick Nadeau, Nadeau. I live at 1243 East Jamestown, Fresno. Number one, thank you guys for bringing this before us. Gary, thank you for doing this. I think it's long overdue. Our nation was founded on the establishment of godly principles several hundred years ago. Today, we live in a society where we seem to reward bad behavior, where bad is good, and good and decency seems to be bad. You don't have to look any further than what's happening across the United States, our assault on police officers. They are now being touted as bad people when, in fact, they protect us every day and night. I say that because I served for 31 years. A moral vacuum exists in our country, and for the most part, it's because we have a lack of leadership, godly leadership. That doesn't mean Buddhist, Hindu, it doesn't mean Jewish, it just means a lack of persons who have high principles. I'm thankful for Gary bringing this about today. I would ask you to pass this recommendation on Gary's part and for the rest of this city, because we do want to set the bar high for this city. There's a saying that was spoken several hundred years ago, and it states, all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. So I ask you to pass this resolution.
Larry Arce, Connie Brooks, and Ben Bergquam. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Larry Arce. I live at 5970 East Illinois. I'm with Luis Chavez's district. I was the former CEO of the Fresno Rescue Mission. I'm now retired. But I come to you here as a former soldier, former Green Beret, and a Ranger, served in Vietnam with 5th Special Forces Group. I can tell you, when you're in harm's way, the only person you're going to trust is God. And on behalf of all the veterans, that ever served and were in harm's way, I know that each and every one of them would tell you, when they were in harm's way, they trusted in God. And for me to come back to this city, the city that I love, I could have been anywhere in the country, but I came back to this city because I love this city. For me, it would be an honor, and it would be a praiseworthy thing to have in God we trust there. I learned to trust God, and I hope that you would also learn to trust Him by having this displayed here. God bless you. Thank you.
Connie Brooks, Ben Bergquam, and Paul Singer. Connie Brooks, Ben Bergquam, and Paul Singer.
Good afternoon, council members. I wanted to thank Gary for bringing this forward. It's really important. My name is Connie Brooks, and my address is 20124 East American Avenue. I live in Reedley, but I think this is important for everybody, and we can maybe bring it to our city now. I'm on the Kings Canyon Unified School District Board, and I've seen firsthand what happens when prayer is taken out of the schools. I mean, we used to have it at games, at football games, basketball games, graduations. They've taken it out of graduations. I mean, that's so important. Then I'm on the council. I mean, on the school board, and we had someone sent a letter to the school board asking. It pretended to be a clergy, and so it came to our superintendent. And it said, I'd like to see the prayer at your board meetings. And so my superintendent, not thinking, sent it back saying, he said, we already do it internally. We take turns doing the prayer. And so then come to find out it was an anti-religion group, because it had looked so legitimate that he responded. And so it was an anti-religion group. And why did they want to stop prayer? It's a bad influence on our students. And I thought that was really interesting, since students now have guns in schools and violence and all that kind of thing. He said it was going to be a bad influence. And so, and then they were going to sue us to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I did check with the Pacific Justice Institute, and they would have supported us, but our board wasn't willing to try because they weren't sure if they could pull it off. But so anyway, that's how important this is, and we really need you to vote for it. Our schools, they're taking it away from all of us, and it's really not right. And if we could be a little bit proactive instead of always playing catch up and having them take it away from us, I really appreciate it. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Ben Bergquam, Paul Singer, and Jeremy Pierce. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, it's all the way up.
Ben Burquam, represent 4947 East Dakota in the 4th District is our business. I'm out here in support of In God We Trust. I see the Central Valley as the beacon of light in this dark state. We are the last remnant of God-fearing, if you will, across the state, and I believe it's up to us to stand and be counted. I would call all city council members to stand for this, to stand against the tyranny of the minority, which has neutered many politicians' ability to act. Stand up for the majority of your constituents. We aren't going against anyone in particular. We're not saying you're excluded because you don't believe in a God. We're saying we stand with the principles and the founding of this country, and we stand with God. We have an opportunity right now. It's not about the words. It's about what they represent. It's about standing and being counted again. To all the naysayers, I pray for you. I support your ability to not believe. You have absolute right not to believe and not be treated unjustly. Like the man just said a minute ago, justice, I wouldn't mind seeing In God We Trust and Justice for All. That justice comes from God. If we allow man to decide our justice, we get communists. We have 90 million people die around the world because of Russia, because of Mao in China. If we allow our rights to be determined by man, we lose our rights. I stand with this. I invite God and his angel armies to come into this valley. I invite the people of God to stand, and we call on this city to stand and be counted. I would call everybody who's here, who stands with this, to stand and be counted.
No, Ben. No, Ben. We got to keep it moving, man. Thank you for your comments. All right, Paul, and then Jeremy Pierce, and then D. Barry Tamris, and then Stephanie Shaw. Give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Paul Singer. I'm on East Washington, Fresno, California, your district. So I want to just make a couple of things very clear. First of all, you need to, as our leaders, remember that God put you there as our leaders to lead us in a godly way. You didn't get there by your constituents, regardless of what you may think, but God chose you to be there and to lead. And he says, as leaders, you will be judged harsher than the rest of us. So when you make this decision, you have the choice to either lead in a godly way, or B, I'm going to quote another scripture, and it says, "You heathens, you hypocrites, you travel over land and sea to make one convert, and when you do, you make him twice the sons of hell as you are." So when you make this vote, think about which side you're standing on. Are you standing on God's side or not? That's all.
Thank you. Jeremy Pierce, D. Barry Tamris, and Stephanie Shaw. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Jeremy Pierce, 6428 North 5th Street, Fresno. Last fall, I ran against Gary Bredefeld for that seat that he's sitting in right now. But today, I come not as an opponent, but as his ally. First, let me say that this entire debate is a real head shaker for me. The way some people are acting, you would think we were installing a crucifix up there. How something this simple, our national motto, can turn into a major controversy is just unbelievable. Remember, In God We Trust was reaffirmed, as former Mayor Autry mentioned and lots of other folks, in a vote of 396-9. When you've got the most conservative members of Congress and Nancy Pelosi coming together, you've got bipartisanship, and this has it. But the desire of some in this chamber today is to see this patriotic, inspirational, and historic phrase banned, even though it's been proven time and time again to be perfectly legal. Never mind that it has been posted over 100 California cities already, and that in poll after poll, large majorities of people support it. No, the vocal minority must shout it down and tear it down. Putting your stamp on the approval of our national motto should be a slam dunk. Should have been on the consent calendar this morning before you got to those other things that Gary mentioned. If it's good enough to be above the Speaker's podium in the House of Representatives, if it's good enough to be in council chambers across this country, it's good enough to be right there. And for those who oppose this, the sun will come out tomorrow. There's not going to be any difference in your life, in your rights. We love you as citizens of Fresno just the same as people support this, exactly the same. But
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Councilmember Bredefeld, thank you. Thank you for doing this, and I hope that we'll get a unanimous vote to display our national motto.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. We have Dee, Barry, Tamris, Stephanie, Shaw, Roger, Leach. Please come forward. Give us your name. Todd, can you get the podium to help out? Give us your name and address for the record, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is D. Barry Tamris. I came here to represent 21 Veterans Plaza at 119 North Calaveras. Got to turn it on? It's on. I didn't intend to speak, but on behalf of the 21 veterans who have served in war and in peace, we have endorsed this resolution. In God we trust. We honor you all for serving our city. We honor the people here who are in disagreement. We have defended those rights and those freedoms to believe however you want to believe. But we as veterans who have fought for this country want to invoke this resolution. And for us, many of us have found God in war. Thank you all.
Thank you. Stephanie Shaw, Roger Leach, Norman Broadbent. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll also have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Shaw. I live at 847 East Andrews. This will be short because it is a simplistic argument. The City Council is the closest, most responsive institution of government that exists for its citizens, and yet should this resolution pass, each citizen entering its chambers is being forced to first identify with a religious belief system presumed to be universal, but which is not. If you're going to put something up there that makes any sense, put King James we trust. In King James we trust. Because that's where you all first heard about God.
Thank you. Roger Leach, Norman Broadbent, Mark Ross. Please give us your name and address for the record,
My name is
please,
Roger Leach,
you'll have
and I
2
live in
minutes.
Madera, California at 143 North Park. I was one of the ones that helped the City Council of Madera and also the Madera County Board of Supervisors to have In God We Trust put in both of their chambers. And I think you letting me have an opportunity to speak for just a moment. I wanted just to say an additional part. There's so many things that you've said today that are just right on. Talking about our Congress and talking about our national model. The 84th Congress passed legislation is called PL 84-151. It was also signed by President Eisenhower on July the 30th of 1956, declaring the phrase to be the national motto. The United States Code, which is actually the code is 36 USC Section 302, now states In God We Trust as the national motto. There is the national seal, there is national birds, there's national songs, there's all different types of phrases. But this one motto is the one that has stood out in 2006, the 50th anniversary of the adoption, the Senate reaffirmed as far as America's national motto, "In God We Trust." Again, every time that I go to Washington, D.C., and I walk into the House of Representatives, as soon as you walk in, you see that above the Speaker's head, "In God We Trust," puts a sense of again, honor and respect in our nation. I want you to also understand that today that, as Gary has also mentioned, that it has been proven in the Supreme Court repeatedly, and the motto is a secular purpose and effect. And all circuit courts have considered this issue, namely the 9th, the 5th, the 10th, and the D.C. Circuit Courts. And they have found that there is no constitutional violation of the motto and its inclusion on currency as well as the motto itself. I do say that as in the North, as far as in Madeira, I want to be one of the first private contributors to this if it is passed, and I will give the national motto on a $20 bill to Pastor Franklin because I know that he would give it to you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Norman, Broadbent, Mark, Ross, Tom Summers, and Patty Potter. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Norman Broadbent, 5925 West Donner Avenue. I am here in the capacity as a co-chair for the Interfaith Alliance, which has been referenced a couple of times here today. I've also stood in this spot on several other occasions to offer an invocation to this chamber, and I have offered that conscious of the fact that I do so representing an alliance that is built of individual members who come from Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Unitarian Universalist, Buddhist, Hindu, Zoroastrian, Native American religious traditions, as well as the multi-faith exchange. And we also recognize that our community is made up of humanists and atheists as a part of the vital mix of our Fresno community, all of whom are under the protection of this separation of church and state, which has been much discussed here today. Those of us, including myself, who profess a faith in God, agree with non-faith-based citizens that freedom of religious expression is something that has a place in the public square. But a legislative chamber is somewhat different from the public square. A notion of legislative deliberation that is blind to the religious nature or character of one particular interpretation of God becomes blatantly coercive as a supposedly unbiased process when the proposed signage is made so dominant. So thus, as an alternative, we would propose a principle shared by those who hold to a notion of God, as well by those who hold to no notion of God, and that is the principle of justice for all. Each of the major religions represented in our city, as well as most of the minor religious populations, have within their faith traditions a notion of justice as a principal characteristic of their God. Humanists and others likewise strongly embrace a notion of justice that is to be extended to all citizens.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also wanted to remind folks that the fire codes state that we can't block the back doors. We do have additional seating, plenty of it, up in the third floor gallery, so we ask that if you're standing by the doors to avail yourself of the third floor gallery and the seats there. We have Mark Ross, Tom Summers, Patty Potter, and John Snyder. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Mark Ross, 3625 West Barstow. This proposal is not only divisive, but it's needlessly divisive. There's no compelling reason to put this on the wall. There are plenty of compelling reasons not to do that, however. The people that have spoken out here tonight, those are compelling reasons. You're going to be making them outsiders, making us outsiders. It may be true that if you put this motto on the wall, you'll be free from legal action. But does the Fresno City Council really want to be in the business of drawing lines between its citizens of this nature? Although the courts might grant that you are able to do this, the question remains as to whether you should. The recent presidential election revealed and exacerbated the deep ideological rifts that exist in our country. There have been few times in our history that we've been this divided. Thanks. In God We Trust took over replaced the previous motto, E Pluribus Unum, which was really about unity. Out of many, we're made into one people. Council members, I urge you to vote against this motion, which emphasizes the lines between us, in favor of E Pluribus Unum, which accepts and celebrates the differences that those lines represent, and still calls us all to consider one another, brother and sister Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Summers, Patty Potter, John Snyder, Rabbi Zurkind. Welcome. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Tom Summers, 1261 West San Ramon, Fresno, California, 93711. I think first thing I want to say, I think we ought to nominate Alan Autry for governor of California. I'm born and raised in Fresno. I love this city. And we've already heard many times that In God We Trust is on our money. In God We Trust is in our Congress. We salute that great flag. We say, we use the word God there, united under God. Everything about this is not about a church. It's not about a religion. It's not about a denomination. I represent over 1,500 businessmen and women from our community that belong to Christian Businessmen's Connection. I'm the area director. And we do a lot of things to make this community a better community in whatever we can do. When I see businessmen and women that come through Fresno, they always say, you don't realize what a unique thing you have here in Fresno. You've got people that work together. You've got political people who work together with business people. We have a unique situation. We have a lot of problems, but we have a lot of great things going. So I love this community. In fact, I would be very embarrassed. I believe in God with all my heart, mind, and soul. I'd be very embarrassed if we did not put In God We Trust.
Thank you. Patty Potter, John Snyder, Rabbi Zurkind. Please give us your name and address. For the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Patty Potter. I live on Cornell Avenue in District 1. I'm opposed to the proposal. The motto, In God We Trust, is the official motto, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily good for Fresno. First, I urge you to be patriotic and follow the intent of the Constitution. There is strict religious neutrality in the Constitution. It does not mention God. It does mention religion twice. One has to do with Article 6, no religious test to run for office. The other one was mentioned in the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The ultimate law of the land is deliberately neutral. So to be patriotic, I'm asking you to be like the Constitution, to be neutral on this issue. Second, I urge you to be patriotic by representing your constituents. People have said it's the vocal minority who are opposed. That is not true. And I worked really hard to find reliable statistics on the religious beliefs of people. And I found from 1/4 to 1/2 of people. The two best resources I found were the Pew Research Center and the 2010 census. And they said between 1/4 to 1/2 of the people either were not Christian or did not claim a religion in Fresno County. That is not a minority. That is not a minority. Even those who do have faiths may use words like Allah, Brahma, Great Mother, Jehovah. So even people who do have faiths may not use the word God. It is extremely disrespectful and divisive to use the word God. It does not represent many faiths. If by not putting it there, or let me back up, people who do have belief in let me talk.
All right.
I want more time.
Was there a chime? Everyone?
I didn't get my time.
No, sometimes these things happen with as far as when you're dealing with electronics and timers and things like that. So what, Todd? Did we start it? Did we run it? It just didn't chime? Okay.
I'm almost finished.
Okay, all right. Then go ahead and finish, and then we'll make sure that we fix the timer for everyone else. And thank you all for your consideration. Please continue.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. What's interesting, all the wonderful things that people have said so far about God and Christianity and their beliefs, they are all very true. And people can do those things without "In God We Trust" on the above the dais. And I encourage people to do that because it is important to have a faith that supports us and helps us in this difficult world. It does not keep anyone from doing that. But by putting it there, it does insult a fourth to a half of the people here. It does not, in Fresno County, it does not represent necessarily the majority of the constituents. So in summary, respect the intent and the integrity of the Constitution, respect the people who represent you, and just be neutral. Don't put anything. That's why it's not offensive to anyone. People can do what works, with the beliefs that work for them without being disrespectful.
Thank you. John Snyder, Rabbi Zurkind, and Sally Carroll. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
John Snyder, 767 West Morris. I was born and raised a Christian, 25 years. This behavior is what drove me from the faith. You're all in here hooting, hollering, cheering like you're at a football game, like you're going to win. You're going to win this battle. And that's the kind of divisiveness that is bad for the community. That's all that we want to stop. It's nothing but showing good works to each other, showing what good Christians you are to each other. It's not what you're trying to say it means to you. It's to show to each other what you want to say. And it does hurt me as an atheist. I'm an outspoken atheist. But you're going to do what you're going to do. That's what majorities do. They do what they want, no matter how much it hurts the minority. So all I can say is that you guys are going to do it. You're going to put those words up there, and our kids are going to take them down.
Thank you.
Could I just say something? This is Rabbi Mendel Zurkind. He's the oldest son of Rabbi Levi and Shani Zurkind, who opened up Shabbat of Fresno in 1990. And he is the first born and raised rabbi in the San Joaquin Valley.
My name is Mendel Zurkind from Chabad of Fresno, 1227 East Shepherd Avenue, Gary Bredefeld's district. Dear esteemed council members, friends, and our wonderful, diverse Fresno community, we gather here today with one common theme: to uphold the principles of our founding fathers of the United States of America. In November 1861, as Secretary of the United States Treasury, Salmon P. Chase wrote, "No nation can be strong except in the strength of God, or safe except in his defense. The trust of our people in God should be declared on our national coins." The 1864 2-cent coin was the first to bear the inscription "In God We Trust." In 1956, Congress established "In God We Trust" as the national motto to remind all of us of the self-evident truth that as long as this country believes in God, it will prevail. There are certain principles that are so central to the foundation of the United States that they were engraved on its coins and printed on its currency. Two fundamental principles: "In God We Trust" and "E Pluribus Unum." Out of many, one. The English language offers a variety of words to express the idea of faith. Trust is not just intellectual belief, nor is it emotional belief. "In God We Trust" means to believe in God, to rely on Him, and to entrust all one's concerns solely to Him. Action is the main thing. What matters most in governing a country, and especially for its highest leader, is to elevate the mindset and behavior of all its citizens. First and foremost, to convey, until it is clear to the entire population, "In God We Trust," that we trust Him in all matters of life, the spiritual as well as the material. God bless America, Israel, and the entire universe. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Carroll, George Berman, Gordon Moore. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Sally Carroll. I'm from District 5 at 2254 South Claremont. I am in favor of freedom of religion for all, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Jew, or atheist. I am an active member of the Unitarian Universalist Church. I am clearly, however, in the minority in this room, but I am no less patriotic nor moral if I am a non-believer. This room is not a church. This is a government room. And when I enter my government offices, I want to know that all constituents, not just those who believe in God, are equally represented, not just the majority faith. You govern by majority vote, but your job is also to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority, whether that be the race or religion. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you. George Berman, Gordon Moore, Babs Eskin. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm George Berman. I'm a constituent of Councilmember Bredefeld. And like him, I am a veteran of service in the U.S. Navy. Hold on. Unlike him, however, I do not favor the placement of "In God We Trust" on the wall of this chamber or anywhere else on city property. In spite of the court decision saying that this motto is not a violation of the First Amendment, I personally believe that placement of the motto would be divisive and exclusionary to anyone who does not believe in the Judeo-Christian God with a capital G. I do know a number of Christians and Jews who oppose placement of such a statement in this chamber. Fresno is a very diverse city with people of different ethnicities, cultures, religious beliefs, education, financial means, lifestyles, and so on. Unfortunately, we see more and more that these differences are used to instill fear, oppression, and even hatred of people just because they are different. It is time that we, the citizens of Fresno, move away from things that emphasize our differences and embrace things that unite us. All the residents of Fresno bring things with them that will enrich all of us. Creating divisions within the population can and will make all of us poorer by denying the rich culture, skills, artistry, and heritage that this population has to offer. If we want a motto on the wall that would unite us, let's use the first motto of the United States that was adopted in 1776, E pluribus unum, which means out of many, one. Fresno is a city of many. Let us make Fresno a city of unity and not division. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gordon Moore, Babs Eskin, Susan Cobberly, Saul Eskin. Please come forward, give us your name and address. For the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Gordon Moore. I live at 405 East Clinton. Mr. Bredeville seems to connect belief in a deity with patriotism. As a veteran and a secular humanist, that dishonors the service of all non-believing veterans. It dishonors the service of non-believing men and women currently serving, and it dishonors the sacrifice of non-believing men and women who gave the last full measure of devotion to defend our freedom of conscience. 3% of Americans are Jewish. If this motto was "In Jesus We Trust," that would be needlessly exclusionary and unacceptable. 10% of Americans, and growing, are non-believers. "In God We Trust" is equally exclusionary and unacceptable. I believe that E pluribus unum, the Founding Fathers' original motto, includes us all. And isn't that something we really want? Thank you.
Babs Eskin, Susan Cobberly, Saul Eskin, and Shannon Kurtz.
I'm delighted to be here. I'm Babs Eskin. I live at 1436 West Keats, Fresno 93711. As a child, I grew up reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I loved words, and I knew it by heart. My parents always flew the flag from our house on holidays. These were both joyful acts for me. I was a patriot and loved my country then as now. One of the things I learned that patriots do is to speak out when they disagree with something their government is doing. For me, that's part of love of country. So today, I am speaking in opposition to the proposed posting of the motto, "In God We Trust," on the wall behind the dais of the council chamber. Separation of church and state has been the reason that for so many hundreds of years, many immigrants have risked their lives to come to our shores. I understand that the motto has been posted in many council chambers, but I believe that because a thing can be done does not mean that it ought to be done. I do want to add, that's all I wrote, but I do want to add, I am a proud and long-term member of the Interfaith Alliance of Central California and of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Fresno. And these are two places where I find every religious faith represented and everyone loving and getting along. And I wish my whole city and country were like that.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Cobberly, Saul Eskin, Shannon Kurtz, and the Reverend Tim Kutzmark.
Hello, my name is Susan Cobberly, and I come to you from 2658 East Alluvial. I am in Mr. Bredefeld's district. I believe in God or a higher power, whatever you wish to call it. However, I do not support this motion. I think a better motto would be justice for all, or we do the people's work. And I also suggest that you put the motto facing you. Thank you.
Okay, Saul Eskin, Shannon Kurtz, Reverend Tim Kutzmark.
Well, my wife is a hard act to follow, but I'll try. My name is Saul Eskin. I live at 1436 West Keats Avenue in Fresno, California. I'm a veteran of the Korean War. My father was a veteran of World War I and was wounded in action. So I feel we have a lot of patriotism going in our family. I feel sad that we have come to differences from great people, and there's a lot of wonderful people on both sides of the argument here. But what I see is a country where we have wonderful religions, Protestants, Catholics, Jews, Sikhs, atheists, everyone lives in this country together. And what I see happening is when we start separating things and put the power of the belief system and take it out of our churches and our ministers and our mothers and fathers and put it in the hands of legislatures, that's trouble. And one of the things that we need to avoid in a democracy is this kind of a hypocrisy.
Thank you. Shannon Kurtz, Reverend Tim Kutzmar. Please give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Why, hello, City Council. I'm Shannon. I'm at 1030 East Elizabeth. Okay. I'm going to address the problems that I have with Bredefield's motivation. Given the evidence that he introduced this bit of ridiculousness despite the national political climate that has left large sections of the Fresno community shaken, I'm left with two guesses as to your motivation. One, that you're unaware of the national climate. That makes you incompetent and unfit to serve. Two, Bredefield is the human equivalent of an internet troll, and he introduced this as a way to deepen the rift in an already divided community, a community that he has sworn to serve. This makes him a danger to the community, deeply immoral, and again, unfit to serve. Out of respect, I have to say, I don't think you're incompetent. I'm nice, though. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I want a written statement addressing why you felt like this was the appropriate time to bring this up. The reasons you listed earlier stink of transparent politics. If you don't provide an answer, I'm going to assume you're a coward, as well as deeply immoral and unfit to serve. You're going to do what you're going to do today.
Folks, Shannon, hang on a second.
But I demand accountability, Bredefield. It's my right as a community member, and it's my right as a registered voter.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody gets a chance to speak, and we've made it, I think I've got 3 or 4 cards left. We've made it this far together. And so I would ask that we, no matter how inflammatory the citizen's comment may be, that we're all patient. I mean, really, we're addressing the 2 most controversial things, politics and religion, which I was always raised not to talk about in public. So we're almost there, folks. Let's get there together. We'll turn it over to Reverend Tim right now. Can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Reverend Tim Kutzmark, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Fresno, live on North Lorene Avenue. And I just want to apologize that in the nature of this debate, there was personal attacks against you. That's not appropriate. We need to be respectful in our discourse. I came with prepared remarks, but I'm going to toss those prepared remarks aside because I've been troubled that Thomas Jefferson, the words and writings of Thomas Jefferson, have been used in support of In God We Trust. Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Benjamin Franklin were either identified as Unitarian or they worshipped in Unitarian churches, which meant they believe, first and foremost, that Jesus was a great teacher and prophet, but not the divine Son of God. Thomas Jefferson was a deist. So yes, he believed in a creator, absolutely. But as a deist, Thomas Jefferson believed that that God created the world, created creation, and then stepped away and has nothing else to do with that creation. So for Thomas Jefferson to support In God We Trust is completely against what his faith was as a deist. What he would trust is creation itself that was created by God. And what he would say is we trust the human rational mind and heart to make the right decisions. So on behalf of Thomas Jefferson, I humbly ask you to oppose this measure.
Thank you. We have Hendrik Kruger, Howard K. Watkins, Richard Gomez, and someone named Address the Fulton Mall. Okay, you're coming up. So, Mr. Kruger, please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Hendrik Kruger. I go by Henny Kruger, and I'm a constituent of Mr. Bredefield, 1639 East Cromwell. In 1994, I found myself on Memorial Day with a wife, 2 children, 4 bags, and 4 boxes on the Fresno Yosemite Airport. Now, that was when we immigrated here, followed the process, tough story all the way, left in 97 because it was too hard, came back September 11, tried to. And when I arrived in Fresno, I was blessed to see it was a huge congregation, well, a crusade of what that we had in Fresno. And our mayor at that time, Alan Autry, was at the word. And I thought and I saw that a city was in need. And guess what they did? They prayed together. And that was an unbelievable blessing. I was privileged to be here. And I want to thank all of you for leading our city. I didn't plan to speak, but I just feel to thank you for the responsible decisions you are taking. And may you take the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Howard K. Watkins, Richard Gomez.
Council President, members of the council, Howard K. Watkins, 1785 West Dovewood in Fresno, in Steve Bradow's district. When I was a young boy, I went to Church of God with my grandmother, and one of the Sunday sermons, the pastor spoke about Jesus kicking up the moneylenders out of the temple. And I had 2 quarters to put in the basket for the collection, and there it is, In God We Trust. So after the service, I asked him, does he feel, given his sermon, that it's appropriate to have God mentioned on the coin? And he said, well, to be honest, Howard, I have a concern about that because I think it devalues the spiritual meaning of having a connection with God. And when I hear some of the things today, well, a lot of states have it as their motto, along with their state record and their state bird and their state stone and their state mountain or whatever else they have. And I think it really devalues what the meaning of God is. I would urge the council to not put up a model. I think you have the city of Fresno, which means you represent everybody, not just a segment of the city. And one other comment I want to make is the alternative to In God We Trust is not in godlessness we trust. It may be in science we trust. If you're in an accident and you get injured, do you want to pray so God heals you? Or do you want to have some doctors at the emergency room operate and try and fix you? One final quick point. Having belief in God we trust for 300 years did not keep people from also supporting slavery. So just because you say you believe in God does not mean that you will be righteous and doing the right thing by everybody. It's because of what you decide to do as an individual that makes the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Gomez. Richard Gomez, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and even those who work here. My name is Richard Gomez. I live in District 1, Esmeralda Soria's district. About 1861, perhaps you might have heard about it, there was a war going on. It was a civil war. And, of course, President Abraham Lincoln needed money, lots of money. Wars cost a lot of money. That's one of the problems. They take away, and they're very expensive. And, of course, he had to plunge the country into debt, and they had to come out with these bills. And so the Secretary of Treasury presented a copy of what the draft of this bill. Abraham Lincoln looked at that bill, and he said, "In God we trust." Well, you know, if I was going to put a religious moniker on it, I would probably say, "No gold nor silver I have, but except this." In fact, one of the most important things about it is that it wasn't so much that the President and the Secretary of Treasury, Samuel Chase, you will note him on your $100,000 bill. Take your time and look at it. But he also needed the banksters and the gangsters of that time in New York City to support it, and they were more willing to support it for 5% interest. Fortunately, he was able to get it knocked it down. A history of the concept of In God We Trust is filled with the idea that religion and politics do not work because the spiritual virtues cannot so inoculate the political stock. It simply doesn't work. People may come in with virtue, and that's great, and that's wonderful, and I hope that works. But it comes down to this. You cannot come into a government entity and expect to become religiousized spiritual. This is a government entity. There should be no religion, and usually there's not. But a quick addendum, if you honestly want to come with this, I would hope that you would actually make it slightly different by saying, "In God we trust, everybody else pays," because that's the way it is. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. We have the sir. come forward, please. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you will have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, my issue is with the watering of the Van Ness Boulevard. I appreciate if they would water it more often than they are. It's drying up as it is right now. And also the mall issue with having a pub, a brewery on every corner, is ridiculous. You're asking for trouble. I mean, people are going to get drunk. I think you should have some place where people can go and play music or watch their family members and enjoy the family members playing in a group. There was a place called Babylon where they had, on one night a week, they would have people come in that were talented, had music, and they would play 3 songs per person. And this one kid came all the way from Los Banos over here to play, and he goes, well, I came over here, they won't let me on. I said, well, I know the manager, let me get you in. And he played, and it was just amazing that people come from instead of coming from Los Banos, they come over here to drink and get drunk, and the jail is right here. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have that as a way to get people in downtown Fresno, is they come down and get drunk and drink at the brewery. I mean, which one of you councilmen are affiliated with the brewery here? Okay, 1, 2. Somebody has something to do with the brewery situation. It doesn't make sense to have something like that. You're all aware that it's a very bad problem of drinking and driving, and look what happened a couple of weeks ago. I mean, 4 people got slaughtered right in front of, for no reason. So we have to bring something more artistic, more creative, more, have a contest of sculpture or painting or something. There's a lot of talented kids in this town, a lot of talented people in this town, and their family would enjoy sitting out and watching them display their art or do their talent, something more creative than to come down and have a drink and get, let's get drunk and make,
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have Cam Nigam, Marianne Dews. Is Cam here? Oh, come on forward here. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Cam, followed by Marianne, followed by Diane Pierce.
Hello, everybody. This is the first time I'm here. My name is Cam Nigam. My address is 255 North Fulton. I am here today as a representative of the Indian community, the Jewish community. In God we trust is on our currency. It is the reason why my fathers and my mothers immigrated to this country. I am here to build bridges between American citizens. I am here to support In God We Trust. Thank you. I see that people here get applauses from the crowd, whether they are pro or against In God We Trust. You have a great task here to make the right decision. I would like to remind you the old saying, give unto God what belongs to God. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. The Caesars of the world demand a severe payment from all of us. We can see the Caesars of the world making a great showing here. Wolf in sheep's clothing. As must I appreciate the separation of church and state, I believe we can still have the invisible God present within us from now until the end of time. We are one nation under God. One nation under God. We've always been that way. We should always remain that way. That is what made us so great. Why change it if it isn't broken? I end In God We Trust. God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Ann Dews, followed by Diane Pierce, followed by Darius Assemi.
Yeah, my name is Mary Ann Dews. My address is 6671 North Haston in Councilman Bredefield's district. I am speaking in favor of In God We Trust. It seems to me that in times of tragedy in this country, like 9/11, this country pulls together and calls on God. Any other time we want to forget him. But we need that up there. It doesn't say in Christ we trust or in Jesus we trust. It says in God. And I think it's important that we remember that. I just want to close and quote one of the greatest presidents of our time, Ronald Reagan, who said, "Lest we forget, we are a nation under God. We are a nation gone under."
Thank you. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll also have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Pierce. My address is 6428 North 5th Street. I have just a couple quick points I want to offer. While this afternoon it may seem that the speakers are evenly divided, that is not the case in the country. In 2003, a USA Today, CNN, and Gallup poll found that 90% of Americans support "In God We Trust." That is overwhelming support for our national motto. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that the resolution is to display our national motto. That would be like saying we wanted to display our national symbol, the bald eagle, but some people saying they would prefer it be a cardinal or a blue jay. We want to display our national motto that happens to be "In God We Trust." The guiding principle and prayer of this nation has been, is now, and ever shall be, "In God We Trust," said President John F. Kennedy. I urge all of you to support the resolution, vote in favor of displaying our national motto, and I want to wish a happy birthday to Councilmember Chavez.
Darius Assemi. Cindy. Yes. You're next.
Darius
and
Assemi.
And then Aston.
1396 West Herndon in Fresno. I am a Muslim immigrant. I have many Jewish, Christian, atheist, Buddhist, and Sikh friends. One of the reasons I immigrated to this beautiful country, because we are one nation under God, regardless of your background and your religion. I want to thank the council and Councilmember Bredefeld for bringing this, for having this dialogue. This is not groundbreaking legislation, as you've talked earlier. I'm also grateful to the residents of Fresno and your passion and participation in this process, regardless of which side you're on. That's one of the beautiful things about being an American and an American citizen. Human beings live for hope for a better tomorrow, hope for better opportunities. Hope that our kids can have a better life than we do. And that hope is based on faith and justice and trust. And trust in a higher being. And that's one of the main reasons I support "In God We Trust" in this legislative body. And another reminder is that when we have those writings behind you, it's a great reminder for us as people that come in front of you that you are abiding by "In God We Trust." Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Cindy Don Hocko, and I live at 2516 Celeste Avenue. I didn't plan on speaking, but I was moved to speak. I wanted to express that when I was a young girl, college student at UC Berkeley studying religious studies, I came to the conclusion then, and I still believe, that all religions hold truth. All religions, true religions, are based in love and are a pathway to the same thing. And that same thing is that greater power that is the best in all of us. I wish that we had a more universal word than God. It seems as though maybe God offends some people, that word, but I don't think there is a more universal word for it. We could say that which cannot be named. But Jesus, Buddha, Allah, those are words that are religion specific. God, I think, is as close as we can get to expressing that part of all of us that is the best in all of us. And when it is in front of our council members as they're making their decisions, that's what I want to see, that you are looking inward and you are seeking the guidance of the universe and the best that is in all of us. So I vote yes.
Thank you. Aston? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Astin Zadorian from Fowler, California. I was born in Jerusalem, grew up in Soviet Union, atheistic country. I have to tell you 2 incidents in my life. One happened in Soviet Union, the other one happened in Fowler. While I grew up in Soviet Union, atheistic country, we can baptize our kid, we can marriage in a church, everything we did, it was covered up. Put the shades inside, nobody can see, otherwise your family will end up in Siberia. It's happened with us. So finally, 1975, we escaped. We ran away from communist country, from atheist country. Now, the incident happened in Soviet Union, that one of my classmates, who was the F student and jealous everything I did, because I was, they called Komyeri Takan, which means young communist, and I was leader of the young communists over there. So she filed a petition to leader of communist leader, explaining that I was in a sport game, and she saw I wearing a cross, okay? Wearing a cross. So that's it. When I grow up, I'm going to leave this country. That's what we did. Now, second incident happened in Fowler, maybe you all know. 2 young ladies, when they went Selma to big cake, and they end up in big collision accident. And what you think happened? These 2 ladies died, and all the students' friends waiting for that big cake. And what happened? Everybody shocked and crying, pulling their hair. And what happened? Fowler Superintendent Dr. Cruz, God bless you. He took the microphone, went the stage, and calmed down with creeds. What? How? How you can calm down people? The speaker before me said, you have to have a faith.
Ma'am.
So he prayed with the kids and calmed down a people.
Ma'am.
Please take my words. Vote yes.
Thank you. You're a very good storyteller, and I think everybody in here wanted to find out what the end of what you were going to say was, so that's why I kind of fudged a little bit on that one, not to impugn anyone else's storytelling abilities. Folks, that's it for cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council who hasn't filled out a card? Please come forward at this time. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Olivier, members of council. My name is Charles Krugman. I live at 1237 P Street in the city of Fresno. I'm here today, and I have to say this is a very sad day in the city of Fresno. This is a very sad day for our council that we have to come here and address this resolution that is divisive, that goes against the interests of all people in the city. I have nothing against people having a belief in God. I have nothing against people of faith. However, I was raised Jewish. As a Jewish boy, I experienced what it was like to be a non-Christian. Because my family, according to many Christians, did not believe in the same God that they did. So I felt what it was like to be left out of things. Now, as an adult, I am a member of the Central Valley Alliance of Atheists and Skeptics because I am an atheist. I learned over many years after trying many religions that I don't believe in God. That does not mean that other people can't, but I don't feel that there is a place in my life and in government for a public belief in God. I feel that people can be good without God. People can have faith in mankind. So I think that if anything needs to be said here on the wall, that it needs to be something like E pluribus unum, as Pastor Franklin related to, or injustice for all, as related for other speakers. Like I said, I've seen what happened when resolutions like this are brought forward. It's done in God We Trust as a national model was done at a time in history that was very divisive. There was a fear of communism. Whether it was warranted or not is irrelevant. But this was passed at a time right after the McCarthy era, and there was a lot of fear in the country. And these types of resolutions result in a fear or mob mentality. So I believe that there are other ways to express what we believe, and I believe that the separation of church and state should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ray Cooper. I live at 6329 North Orchard, Fresno, California, 93710, District 6. I empathize with those who are angry and hurting. I feel the strong emotion of those that oppose this motion. Those that object this motion, I have these questions for you. Do you feel threatened when you cash your checks and use the currency of this nation? Do you feel persecuted for the color of your skin when you hand the bills over to the cashier and receive the items you selected? The logic in an argument stating the posting in God We Trust is divisive, racist, elitist, simply will not stand at any level of thought at which it is presented. I echo a statement made here now. Whether this motion passes today or it is defeated, no rights will change. One person appeared to argue that the statement promotes the worship of King James. This argument simply has no basis and was completely out of left field. Others argue that we should display an alternative message of injustice for all. God is justice. Without God in the statement, there is no foundation for morality. Who tells you that murder is wrong? Who says that morality is what it is? God said. Another argument was that the posting of In God We Trust will not mean anyone will live righteously and do what is good for all people. No. In fact, the posting of this motto has no power whatsoever to change moral behavior. Only God himself has such power, and even he will not act in the lives of those who do not wish him to. God is a gentleman. If you wish to live without God, he will remove himself from you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. George Ordway, 6754 East Dakota. We've been sitting a long time. Why don't we stand? We forgot to pledge allegiance to the flag. Would you join me, please?
No, we already pledged allegiance.
Oh, we did?
When the session began this morning.
Let me read the words again, because I think the flag is appropriate here, and the words are appropriate to the conversation, and so I am in support of putting In God We Trust on the wall. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's say it again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The flag belongs here. It belongs on the wall. Please vote for that.
Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Dalton Fritz. I live at 5224 East Washington, which is County Island, but I hope it doesn't exclude me from the conversation.
Not at all.
I wanted to thank all the Unitarians that are here as members of faith that are against this motion because I side with them. I agree with them. I wanted to correct something that I heard a few people say earlier when they were removing prayer from schools. Kids can still pray and exercise their freedom of religion. It's just that faculty and staff cannot coerce kids to do that like they used to in this country. I don't appreciate it when people of faith say that non-believers don't have any morals, because that's clearly not true. And I think this proposition is just part of a collective movement to use government to push faith. And faith isn't patriotism. Piety is not synonymous with patriotism, and I'm against that idea. And that's all I have to say. Please oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Bobby Estrada. I live at 2066 Chenault in Fresno. I just want to, I'm a little nervous. Never done this before, but, in God you trust. He's the one that changed my life. I used to done time in prison, done dope, was in gangs. But now God uses me to go to the homeless community almost every week for a year and a half, and that's what we do. So to me, in God you trust, I trust Him because He transformed my life to do stuff that I would never do. I wouldn't even be in here. But He has changed my life completely, all right? So whether a person want to accept or reject, that's their choice. But, the things He's done in my life and through me, like I said, I'm nervous. In the last couple of months, we placed 6 homeless people in programs, all right, in Madera Rescue Mission, in a program in Pasadena. And I say this because that's the God I trust that transformed my life. And I know He will transform other people's lives if they allow Him in, all right? So that's all I want to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Johnny Rodriguez. I live at 3350 East El Monte Way. And I just wanted to say that we need to put God back in the picture, because if we take Him out, we're headed for trouble. And we need to put Him back in the picture and give Him all the glory. So I'm in favor.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming here. Welcome. Please give us your name and address for our record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Mark Jones, 1329 East Austin Way. I'd like to applaud the secular community for a strong show of support for Mr. Bredefeld's resolution. There must be, 10, 20 churches here? As I listen to their members, I'm struck by how much we have in common. You say you're patriots. I'm a patriot. I love our country. You admire our law enforcement and servicemen and women. Me too. You have a strong moral system that guides you daily. So do I. So much in common. I'm also struck by the feeling that I'm seriously outnumbered today. One of the things that makes our country great is that I can be heard and represented regardless. Which brings me to my point. As an atheist, I would in fact read "In God We Trust" and see a crucifix. I would question the council's motivation to support my beliefs. I would not want that for the church members of our community, and I don't want that for myself. I ask the council to vote no on this resolution because I believe it's your duty to represent people like me, just as you represent people unlike me. The very reason we have government is to support the rights of every group. Let's have Fresno be a real leader and show that if we really need a motto on the wall, we'll make it one that is not divisive. I'm looking at the chamber wall right now. And it looks great the way it is. It has served us well for 20 years, just like this. Mr. Bredefeld says his proposition is not divisive, but we're seeing right now that's not true. Please vote no so we can go forward and seek a solution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward. Sir?
I'd just like to say one thing.
No. Sir.
God we trust on the screen.
Thank you.
And the different religions.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the city council? Okay. All right, everyone. We're going to have a break and I know you don't want that, but if everybody, we're almost through. Just bear with us for a few more moments. Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment and return the discussion to the city council. By my count, we have 5, 10, 15, 20. We have 23 people who are pro, and we have 21 people who have spoken against the item. So it's very, very balanced. So at this time, typically what we do is bring it back. The first person to punch up is Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President, and thank all of you for coming out this evening and participating in the democratic process that makes our country so great. So my hat's off to you, and I thank you, and I wish this would happen every meeting because it's very inspiring to all of us. So thank you. You know what? I love sharing our views and generally being pretty respectful. It's interesting that we have a divide about 50-50. It's a fascinating situation for us. But let me say this, I thank the Lord every day. About a year ago, I got pneumonia, and I didn't realize what it was, and so I was in the hospital for about almost 5 days, and it was life-threatening, I got to be honest with you. So I thank the Lord that I came out of that. I'm still not well. I've got some things I'm on 2 inhalers and a whole bunch of things, but I'm here today, and I appreciate that. And I thank the Lord for my family and their health, my community, and most of all, my city. So with that in mind, I got to warn you, I'm an attorney. And so with that, my skill set's a little bit different than normal. So I like to go kind of deep into things and try to put a little different spin on it in the analysis that goes along with my training. So part of my training is that I have to weigh and balance every issue. Not just what happens here today, but tomorrow and the day after that, the future of our community. So I wanted to actually make a request for a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion to keep the same message, but maybe change to a better location. And a second thing I want to discuss was my duty as an elected to discuss taxpayer dollars. So with that in mind, there will be litigation from this. I've been doing this for over 4 decades, and I predict, unfortunately, that there will be litigation. We will be sued, and I think the city will prevail. But at what cost to the general fund tax-paying dollars? So what I'm thinking... Are we finished, please? So... my point is that we have a group apparently that sent a letter to the city to represent us if we are sued. So with my clients and my practice, I always tell my clients, please get it in writing and please determine the details because the devil lies in the details. So to what degree and will this defense go through the appellate process? Will it just be a trial? Will it go to the federal court? It's not as simple as just putting money forward and defending. It's much more complicated. So I would like to also tell you that, and I've talked to a few of my judge friends about this, and the estimates are probably range from $100,000 to $250,000 to do this in the litigation process. So with that in mind, we have to be aware of how that's going to impact our community. And if it does cost that kind of money, I hope it doesn't. I hope there is a written document. I hope it's in the details. I hope it goes forward and doesn't cost us any money. But the problem with that is, as an attorney and a city council member, I can't put my faith and trust into a law group without some check and balance from this organization. And our city attorney and their team are very, very good. And so they're going to have to monitor that. So there will be taxpayer dollars any way you cut it. I just want to be clear about that. And those tax-paying dollars will come from all the city of Fresno. So I wish it were as simple as it's illustrated to you, but as an attorney, I've got all that experience, so I'm trying to share that with you. So there will be repercussions to the taxpayers and taxpayer dollars, and I hope it doesn't go to that level, but if it does, what are the options for that kind of funding? Well, it could fund another police officer, it could fund a firefighter, support staff, code enforcement. Ask yourselves how many potholes, street repairs can be made with that type of taxpayer dollars. So that's food for thought, So the next thing I did in my analysis, I realized that if the motto is presented in the chamber here, it will only be seen maybe 10 days a month. And those days would be 3 city council meetings a month, 2 planning commission meetings a month. And then we have special ceremonial things that are very important to our community, police, fire, and other government agencies. So that means that it'll be 3 weeks or so in a locked room, this chamber. So I thought, well, you know what, if we wanted to find a true public location so people will have access to this every day, where would that be? Where can I conduct a search? So I went all through the building, and I looked high and low, and I thought, well, if I can find a proper place, I might be able to balance the interests of our community. And that might have an impact on uniting our community and not dividing it. So in the law business, compromise is a key part. It's a key part of service to our city. So my search, I found 2 great locations. One is right below us. It's called the Freedom Shrine. And on the wall, there are the founding documents that our great country is based upon. You have the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. And it might be a great place or location to put In God We Trust, directly above those founding documents for our country. This next thing I did, I wandered around some more, and I'm looking, and the people in the balcony, they already know where I'm going with this because it's right in front of all of us. On the second floor, and when you leave here, I'd strongly suggest you go upstairs because it's right or wrong, left or right, up and down, whatever you feel and think, I encourage you to go up and see a huge, beautiful bust of what I feel is perhaps the most important person in our country's long, beautiful history. And that is General George Washington, the father of our country. So I think that might be another excellent location that might work to the benefit of all the people involved with this process. So I think we have 2 options that might appeal to everyone here. I think if that occurred, it might save litigation costs. The lawyer and me coming out again, sorry about that. But it would at least mitigate potential liability. So with that, I would make a friendly request to amend this to keep the message, maintain the message, but perhaps consider a different location like the Freedom Shrine or the bust of George Washington, or even both locations. So those are my comments, and thank you for your time.
Can I respond to the friendly amendment? Yeah, I deny the friendly amendment. Do not support it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I appreciate the input. I'm glad that you looked around where it might go, but I think it belongs there like 650 other cities across the country. So I don't accept the friendly amendment.
Member Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm going to try and stay brief, and I appreciate everybody coming out. I heard pretty decent arguments on both sides. I heard good comments all the way around. I agree with Councilman Capriolio. we love to see people participate. Most of our day gets spent in front of about 6 people, it seems like, right? But thank you for coming out. One guy kind of stole my thunder over here in the green. He kind of said what I've been waiting to say for about 3 weeks. I think Bruce Rudd, our city manager, will agree with this part. In God we trust, Fresnans, in God we trust, the rest of you pay cash. So I've been waiting to say that. Look, I got a chance to go to Washington, D.C. Last week on behalf of a project in Northwest Fresno called Veterans Boulevard. And during that time, we got to take meetings with our congressman till about 2 in the afternoon. Then they cut us loose, and they didn't want to meet with us after that. So we usually had our meetings in the early morning. And then, so we got to do a couple of museums and go do some different things. We had a tour of the House of Representatives and the halls of Congress. And it was really interesting. Not only do they have In God We Trust all over the place, but everywhere in the building are frescoes, ancient paintings, really, of the founding of our country. And they had Christopher Columbus falling on the ground, kissing the ground with the cross. They had the baptism of Pocahontas. All these things could be, people would feel very differently about them, but everywhere was the display of the faith of the men and women who participated in the founding of our country. Went all the way around the room. And I think almost every one of them were religious-based one way or the other. So I don't think, in that spirit, I don't think it's a big deal to put In God We Trust on this wall back here, really. But I was thinking of what I could add to the conversation that I thought would be important and maybe hasn't been said in the way that I'm going to say it. And by the way, it is those of you on both sides who expressed how beautiful a country that we live in. That's a fact. And I've grown, one of my best friends now is a Muslim guy. And we have really good conversations about spiritual things. And it's funny, I'll say something from the Bible and he'll say something from the Quran, and you think, those things are pretty close. And so I did want to say, so I wanted to end with this. And this is really important. The phrase In God We Trust back here reminds me of the first part of this verse, but the second part of the verse is really more important. It says, neither do people light a lamp and put it under a basket. Instead, they put it on a lampstand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. Here's the more important, I think, more important one. In the same way, let your light shine before men, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. So, a motto is really great, and I'm going to support putting that behind us. But the way we live our lives and interact with each other is even more important. So, thank you.
Thank you. With that, the screen is clear. No further comments, so we will vote and vote electronically. Motion carries. 6 yes, 1 absent.